Of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber, and please use the stairs. Do not use the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security staff member to guide you to a safe location. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside the council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim has a leave of absence all day for personal reasons. Councillor Carr? Councillor Kirby-Young?
Present.
Councillor Dominato? Councillor Acting Mayor Bly is in the chair. Councillor Boyle has a leave of absence all day for personal reasons. Councillor Fry? Councillor Montague? Councillor Klassen? Councillor Meisner? And Councillor Zhou. You have quorum, Acting Mayor Bly.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to Section 164.12 of the Vancouver Charter, public notice is hereby given that Council will give consideration to the amended procedure bylaw number 12577 at the Council meeting on July 23rd, 2024. These amendments are in relation to the pending decision related to Bill 18 on the July 10th, 2024 Standing Committee agenda. So before we go through the plan for the day, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim the initiative You Rock Awards. So for the last few weeks, we've been recognizing our teammates at the City of Vancouver who go above and beyond every day to make this the best city in the world. It's an initiative that has been started in the mayor's office called the You Rock Awards. And today I'm excited on behalf of Mayor Sim to share another story of someone who rocks at the City of Vancouver. Rosemary leads the development review team for transportation planning and brings a bottomless bowl of positivity to her team every day that is only matched by the bottomless bowl of chocolate available to everyone in her office. While managing a heavy workload amongst a set of complex challenges and the intersections of housing, engineering, transportation, and sustainability, Rosemary inspires her team with confidence, leadership, and an open door to support her colleagues. Though the work of the transportation planning team is often changing, Rosemary's clear communication and passion for the work never wavers. Whether decorating the offices for each holiday during the year or organizing team bonding event activities, Rosemary goes above and beyond to make sure her team is valued and lives the values of the City of Vancouver every day. We're so grateful to be able to work with teammates like Rosemary. And Rosemary, on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim, you rock. And thank you very much for your work at the City of Vancouver. So, we're now going to go over the plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative items, 9 reports and 4 referral reports, 10 bylaws, notice of council members' motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So prior to going over the plan for today, it is suggested that we consider a motion to vary the order of the agenda and have a hard start time of 3 p.m. for Report 2, update on accessibility strategy and multi-year action plan implementation, in order to provide more certainty for the registered public speakers and for the ASL interpreters that will be joining us for that item. This motion would require a 2/3 affirmative vote of council members present and is not debatable as per section 5.5 of the procedure bylaw. I see Councillor Kirby-Young is on the queue. Go ahead.
Chair, may I ask a question? On my way in this morning, I saw a couple of individuals that look like they might be here for this item, and I just wondered if we have clarification from the clerks if that's the case, because I appreciate the accommodation, but I also don't want to have a couple of people that may already be here waiting unduly, so I just wanted to confirm that.
I'm going to refer to the clerks to answer that question.
Yes, thanks for that question. All speakers for that item were notified in advance, actually yesterday, with regards to council's likely 3 p.m. start time of that item. We did notify those that arrived this morning also of the 3 p.m. time.
Oh, so we did have some individuals who already arrived this morning? It does look like
I
there's
understand there was one, yes.
Yeah, it does look like there's a person out there that probably took some trouble to be here, so I just wanted to note that for the record.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. So just to confirm, clerks, we have other speakers and our ASL interpreters that are scheduled to be here at 3 p.m. Okay, thank you. That's a confirmation. So we'll go ahead at 3 p.m. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had a similar question to Councillor Kirby-Young, and I'm just curious if we're able to vary the procedural bylaw to or suspend it in order to enable the speaker that is here right now to come and speak and address council since they've made their way here. Is that a possibility?
Yep. I think that is a good idea. I think we're also maybe making some assumptions about that we don't necessarily know the schedule or timing and pickup. So maybe what we can do is pause that. We can, I can ask for a motion to refer this item to 3 p.m. And maybe a clerk or somebody on our staff can connect with that person who's here already and just better understand what's happening for their schedule today. Yeah. And if it is helpful for them to speak in advance of the report, then we can provide an opportunity to do that.
Thank you. That would be great.
Anybody like to move a motion? So Councillor Fry, and then seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Great, thank you very much and appreciate those questions and considerations. We will be moving that item to 3 p.m. today. So in advance of council's decision, speakers were, okay, we've gone through that, so thank you very much. So as such, the plan for today, so we're going to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. with a hard start time for report 2, and then continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. We will adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. If we recess, the reconvene date is Tuesday, July 16th at 3 p.m. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Thank you, Councillor Joe, and seconded by Councillor Carr. May we have all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. So next we have minutes 1 from the Auditor General Committee meeting on June 20th. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, could I have a mover? Sorry, moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting on June 25th, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, can I have a mover? Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services on June 26, 2024. Are there any corrections? May I have a mover? Second. Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so now, Council, we will consider matters adopted on consent. I just have an issue with my screen here. Okay, we have reports 1, A to D, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and refer reports 1 to 4 on the consent agenda for Council's consideration. We will hold report 2 to hear from speakers and for discussion. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 1, A to D, and 3, 4, 5, and 6, and refer reports 1 to 4 on consent. And I see we've got a number of folks on the queue. So Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to pull permitting 1A and 1B, please.
1A and 1B.
Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'd like to hold report 3, equity lens review of city bylaws for questions, as well as referral report number 1, modernizing home-based business regulations for procedural question.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we've got Councillor Carr.
Yes, could we hold a report 6, please?
Okay, report 6. And Councillor Fry.
Hold report 4, please.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. So does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items, which is report 5 and referral report 2, 3, and 4? Seeing none.
1C and D is.
Oh, sorry, thank you very much. Including report 1, C, and D on the consent agenda. Okay, so any conflict to declare, and seeing none? So just to reaffirm, we have reports 1, C, and D, as well as report 5, as well as report referral report 2, 3, and 4 on consent. And we do have one of those reports that requires 8 affirmative votes. So we do have at least 8 members present. So I'm going to ask now for someone to move adoption. Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. So thank you very much. I'll just, for clarity, the following have been approved on consent. Report 1C, sprinkler upgrade exemption to advance progress towards 3331 permitting targets. Report 1D, minor policy streamlining. Report 5, below market lease and grant to Helen's Court Co-op at 2137 West 1st Avenue. And then also referral reports 2, 2024 annual inflationary rate adjustment to density bonus contributions. Report 3, CD1 rezoning 5630 to 5678 Heather Street. And referral report 4, CD1 rezoning 975 West 57th Avenue. Okay, so now we have before us the work for today. And that begins with report 1, permitting update, 1A, status update, progress toward 331 permitting targets. Before we get started, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, this item has a presentation and we have team members here to present the item. And so I invite our team members to the podium to start the presentation. Oh, I see City Manager has risen.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, before I turn it over to Jesse Goranson and Corey O'Kell, who are going to speak to the presentation, just wanted to offer a few introductory comments on this item. You are going to be hearing from us today a substantive update on the work that we're doing around permitting, as well as a number of related decisions for Council, 2 of which now have been approved. I want to start by recognizing the significant priority that this council has placed on enabling housing and job space. Land use and building approvals are a core function for local government. It's one of the kind of most critical things that we do. And it has been a big contributor to the livability in Vancouver. So we've achieved some really great success and outcomes over the years in that regard, clearly struggling with affordability and the time and cost that it takes to build in the city. For what it's worth, there's no daylight at all between council and staff on the need to reform our permitting system. We totally agree. This is the most significant service delivery challenge we face as an organization. It's also by far the most complicated service delivery challenge that we face. You'll hear folks, council, talk about whole of government initiatives. In our context as local government, this is a whole of government effort. As you know, it requires us to fundamentally change our whole regulatory regime, policy approved by council, the processes by which we administer that policy, building and applying brand new technology tools, and even amending or augmenting the skill sets of our staff. So it is fundamental. The effort spans a significant part of our organization: development, buildings, licensing, our planning team, engineering plays a huge role, sustainability, technology services, legal services. We have a huge team of folks across all of those departments that are focused on this. And council plays a big role. You've approved a whole number of decisions over the course of this term that have enabled or supported this agenda. That's critical. The province also plays a role. particularly when it comes to enabling complex developments. We need different tools, regulatory tools. The recent amendments that the province has made to the Vancouver Charter open up some great opportunities for us to make real progress now on simplifying the process for complex projects. There will be a whole lot of implementation work to do there. It's very complicated, but we now have a path forward to address some of those issues that to this point we've been constrained on. So we have lots of opportunity for improvement still to go. This work is not complete, but I'm confident that we as an organization are tackling the fundamental causes of inefficiency in our system. And as you'll hear today, this council is delivering real and measurable improvement in this regard. And I think importantly, we're doing it in a way that is cognizant of and not sacrificing what the core purpose of the permitting system is, which is to ensure that as Vancouver evolves, we continue to be a safe, resilient, livable community. So now I'll turn it over to Jesse and Corey. And just want to, as you can see, we got a big team of staff here today reflecting the span of this effort. I want to acknowledge also Karen Levitt, who's not able to be in council today, but who's also played a real important role in leading this work. So over to you, Jesse. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Jesse Goranson, and I am the staff lead for the Permitting Improvement Program.
Sorry for the interruption, very sorry, and thank you very much for the introductory comments. We have connected with the speaker who is here to speak to Report 2. I wonder if it would be okay with members of council and staff if we actually pause this item and allow that speaker to speak to Report 2. Speaker 1 is here, so we're going to hear from that speaker. So I'll just have you sit down for a second.
No problem.
Thank you very much. And we'll invite the speaker in. And so to be clear to the public and those in the room, we have Speaker 1 who is here and is speaking to Report 2 update on accessibility strategy and multi-year action plan implementation. So again, Speaker 1 is Ben Fullerton. Just take it. Right over here, sir. Welcome, Ben. We're just going to make sure you're set up with the technology you need to be addressing to council. Am I able to read? Am I able to read what you have written, or do you want the microphone? Okay.
I think I will be loud enough.
Yeah. So we're just making sure that we have our technology set up to support the speaker, and looks like we're pretty set up there.
Thank you.
Okay, Ben, whenever you're ready to go.
Hello, City Council. My name is Ben and I am an RHFAC professional. I grew up in Longley and moved to the city 5 years ago. The accessibility which we've been building within our city motivated me to live here. There are sidewalks, automatic pedestrian light systems, and people who would be willing to help almost everywhere. I am proud to say that our city has helped me to discover a degree of independence that I never thought would be possible. As you clearly see, I belong to the disability community. I am in a power wheelchair and I have a spastic body. I also belong to a sub-community within the disabled community, which is the argumentative and alternative communication community. I belong to that community because I am communicating from a speech device. I find that my disability experiences can make some obstacles manifest which might not have been manifested before. I will point out 2 obstacles that I encounter when using our SkyTrain system at TransLink. I hope that you will relay my message to your partners at TransLink. Imagine that you were someone with limited upper body mobility and you were trying to press the elevator buttons at a location such as Granville. The buttons are small, flat, up high, and in the corner. You couldn't be able to press them because they weren't designed for your body functions. All elevators at SkyTrain stations need to be upgraded to universal design standards. Since the early inventions, elevators were designed for accessibility, and they still exclude some of us today. I haven't had a chance to read the latest version of standard elevator code, which is CSAB 4422. The code may list foot operating buttons as a standard, and if it does, we should comply to it. I am well aware that we have SkyTrain attendants who can help. However, they are not always available to help, especially after working hours. Installing foot operating buttons will allow people like me to use the elevators independently. Even if the code doesn't have foot operating buttons as a standard, I ask you to go beyond the code and create a revolution to the elevator. Not only our SkyTrain system will be more inclusive, but we can set an example to the world. The second issue at TransLink is that their consumer line staff lacks awareness that there may be someone with a speech device on the other line. If I call them at this moment and speak from my speech device, very likely they will hang up just because they hear my robotic voice and mistaken it as a scam caller. I have dealt with the same problem with other companies. It is my desire to see more people with a speech device and limited upper body mobility to be a part of the public better. I hope that you have the same desire. Our presence deserves to be heard and seen. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ben, for making your way here to City Hall today. And it was very good to hear your perspectives on the report coming at 3 o'clock. So I see a lot of councillors taking notes in terms of your comments, and we'll make sure to reflect those at that time. Great. And just another thank you to the councillors that raised this as a potential consideration, and appreciate that we managed to do that today. So we are going to now turn our attention back to our staff team who are here to report out on Report 1A, status update, progress towards 3331 permitting targets, and welcome, over to you.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Goranson, and I'm the staff lead for the Permitting Improvement Program. Today, we're going to take you through an update on permitting and licensing process improvements, progress towards 3331 targets, and some of the key achievements and work underway. Before I get into the content, I do want to acknowledge the literally thousands of hours of staff effort that have gone into this program already. We'd probably be here to lunch if I named them all, but this has truly been a cross-departmental, citywide effort. We've worked as a team, and we're going to continue to work in that way going forward. Along with today's presentation, there are 3 or 4 reports. So there's a status update, which is a mirror of the presentation we're about to go through. We're seeking an exemption for sprinkle upgrades for small renovation projects. Looking for a referral report on regulatory changes that will help advance towards 3331 targets, and some minor policy streamlining, cleaning up old and outdated policies and land use documents. Today, we're going to go through the key permitting achievements over the last 6 months, progress towards 3331 targets. Corey's going to walk through key licensing achievements, digital tools, and the 3331 dashboard, and then we'll close with next steps. So on the key permitting achievements, there's been a lot of activity going on related to permitting. This is just a snapshot of some of the key highlights and is by no means an exhaustive list of all the work that's been going on. Okay, so in January of this year, we implemented a fast track for sprinkler permits. That has taken a risk-based approach where we're relying on professionals to design safe and proper sprinkler systems. It's resulted in about 90% of sprinkler permits being auto-issued. It couldn't fix the animation on this slide, but it's been a huge improvement for permitting overall. We've seen about 700 permits already approved through that fast track process. We have reduced the requirement for traffic impact studies. This is going to be a considerable savings for applicants, about $10,000. Where we're really going to see a lot of the benefit is in the staff review time and the number of iterations or review cycles that we end up going through on complex development applications. This is also something where Vancouver is leading the way in North America in terms of moving away from these traffic impact studies and using other tools at our disposal to assess traffic impacts. We've increased the sewer and water connection upgrade threshold. That means about 10% more home renovation permits are eligible for processing in 3 days. This has also meant that hundreds of permits are able to benefit from these changes. So we're going to lose upgrades on 10 to 15 permits per year, but this regulatory change will mean that hundreds of permits can go faster. We've also eliminated the requirement for street use permits and insurance for smaller home renovations. That's making about 10 to 15% more home renovations eligible for processing in 3 days. And recently, Council approved the removal of energy upgrade triggers for renovation projects under $250,000. That'll go into effect in February 2025, which will also make a difference to home renovation permits. And finally, and this is part of our digital transformation program that we're really excited about, in April this year, we launched eComply, which is a pilot that will automatically check applications for compliance against zoning regulations. As we roll this out, this is going to be a transformative change in the way that we do approvals. It will be a step change in terms of the level of effort that staff have to do to review applications. Before I get into this slide, we're going to go into some data today, and data is really helpful for staff to know whether we're on track or where we need to focus more efforts. But as public servants, it's really impactful to hear from the public and the folks that we're serving as part of this work, so we thought we would share a few stories. The first one is from Marta Construction. Marta Construction completes on average 85 tenant improvement projects a year in the city of Vancouver. In our opinion, the city has transformed from being one of the worst jurisdictions to one of the best in terms of permitting issuance speed. This remarkable improvement has greatly reduced frustrations felt by contractors and architects while benefiting local businesses and landlords. This significant improvement has enabled us to start projects much sooner, positively impacting our timelines and overall efficiency. Next up, from Darcy Hanna. Now that permitting time is potentially fast-tracking, we need to look at how we sequence our design process in order to make sure all these things dovetail smoothly so we're moving as efficiently as possible and our clients have as short of a construction and design process as possible. This one really highlights the shared journey between applicants and the city, and how when we make improvements, it has impacts on our applicants and they need to adjust their processes as well. And we're starting to see this in terms of we make a change and we see improvements. It takes sometimes a little time for industry to adjust to those changes. And finally, on the sprinkler side, so far, the Sprinkler Fast Track program has been a positive addition to the sprinkler permitting system. So we're starting to hear some really good feedback from folks, which is consistent with the data that we're also seeing. Okay, so I'm going to go through the progress to some of the individual 3331 targets. This is just a snapshot of the activity. And also important to note that we started focused efforts on this back in 2021, really looking at home renovation, commercial renovation, and new low-density housing. Low-density housing includes duplexes, laneways, and single-family homes. And we're finally starting to see some of the fruits of those efforts. It's a very complex system with permitting, as Paul mentioned, and the benefits from changes sometimes take quite a bit of time to work their way through the system. So we'll start with renovations. Our fast track permits are now being issued in 3 days, so we are, for most of those permits, meeting the 3-day target. In 2024, we're 50% faster than we were for the same period last year. And home renovation permits are the fastest they've been since 2017. And you can see from the chart there, it's down and to the right, which is what we like to see. So some of the key improvement drivers here. The real cornerstone of our improvement efforts around home renovations was the fast track processing stream. This was where we took a risk-based approach, cutting out a step of the process in about 8 weeks of processing time. When we initially launched this new processing stream, it represented about 5% of applications. It was a very small number. Over time, we've increased the number of permits that qualify for fast track. Right now, we're over 60%, and we've made a number of regulatory changes to enable that, and also operational changes at the staff level. One of those regulatory changes was higher sewer and water connection upgrade threshold that went into effect January of this year. And one of the operational ones was eliminating the requirement for street use permits and insurance. And that, again, has made a substantial difference because it's meant that permits don't need to be routed to other departments for review. They can get reviewed quickly and issued quite quickly. And all of this has freed up a lot of staff time from these simple permits to be able to focus on the more complex permits. So looking forward, and this is something we're really excited about at the city, digital transformation, leveraging AI is really the cornerstone of our next focused efforts around low-density housing and eventually for the more complex high-density housing. I've got the wrong slide here. So anyway, couple other regulatory changes that we're looking at. So recently, Council approved an increase to energy upgrades of $250,000. That will go into effect, like I said, in February. And today we'll consider the sprinkler upgrades. Commercial renovations is also an area we've seen substantial improvement. So this year, we're about 10% faster than we were last year. And then substantial increases from Q1 2022, where we're 45% faster. This is an example of where the time savings and staff savings that we've seen from the home renovation permits have allowed us to focus our efforts on processing these commercial renovations. Now we're going to move to low-density housing. So laneway permits are now being issued 60% faster this year versus last year. And you can see there in January, things dropped considerably, and I'll get into the reasons for that. And detached home permits or single-family homes are issued 25% faster this year versus last year. And notably, we've eliminated a 500 permit backlog that we experienced in January 2022. That backlog actually triggered a number of changes that we had to make out of necessity that have resulted in some of the improvements we've seen recently. So, like I said, in January, we needed to do something, and so we implemented risk-based reviews at the plan check, and that reduced the number of items being checked by just over 60%, resulted in substantial staff savings, and allowed us to process permits faster. Along with that, we also enhanced our communication with applicants, working collaboratively with them to make sure that the applications they were submitting were complete and compliant with our regulations. That allowed for faster reviews once we received those applications. And then notably, and this is one of the reasons that we've seen such a substantial decrease in laneway times and other times, was the enactment of the R11 zoning, which was consolidating 9 RS1 zones into one. This has made applications significantly simpler, meaning they're more complete and compliant, and resulted in substantial staff savings. Okay, so I touched on this already. I got a little too excited. This is really transformational stuff, and I think it's worth underscoring the work that the city and the team is doing on this. We really think this is going to be the cornerstone of the transformation program for permitting in general going forward, and it's where we're focusing our efforts initially on low-density housing. And as we build up the program, we'll start shifting to other more complex housing forms and permitting forms. So we launched the Permit Requirements Exploration Tool in September. This allows any homeowner or professional applicant to go onto the city's website and explore what the requirements would be for their specific site, what permits they'd need to apply for, potential fees, and it gives them a very clear picture of what the process will look like. And again, we're building that up over time, and we're expanding it to other housing forms. And then in April of this year, and this will be a very transformational technology as well, we launched a pilot for eComply. So what eComply does is it allows technology and leverages AI to check an application against our regulations that have been digitized, and in real time identify where that application complies with our regulations and where it doesn't, and then what reasons it doesn't comply with our regulations. So this, again, will be a massive step change once it starts to get fully implemented across our different permitting streams. So I'm going to talk about multifamily developments, and we've grouped Target C and Target D together. The reason we've done that is because any improvements we make to Target C or D are going to impact either or, and so we're going to talk about those improvements together. So we have spent a lot of time and effort streamlining our development permit conditions. This was identified as one of the early bottlenecks for development applications. We started with over 1,200 conditions, so these are requirements that an applicant might need to satisfy before we issue their permit. We've standardized those and eliminated about 2/3 or simplified about 2/3. I was talking to Josh White, our new general manager of planning and design and sustainability, PDS, and he was saying this was a key cornerstone in Calgary's transformation effort. And so we've already implemented phase 1 of that. Phase 2 will be moving those conditions into a digital library. As I mentioned, we've reduced the requirement for traffic impact studies. This will mean about 80% of applications will no longer require traffic impact studies. We've talked about eliminating rainwater management plans, moving that to the Vancouver building bylaw. That essentially took out a process that previously took 56 weeks. And then recently we've created a dedicated multiplex team. So this is an interdisciplinary, interdepartmental team that's dedicated to processing multiplex applications. So far, we've received 170 or more applications. This was quite a substantial uptake. Recently, our first permit was issued in under 6 months. And we see this as a key piece of advancing towards Target C. So for these complex development applications, we think this is going to be a combination of some of these incremental changes, regulatory, operational pieces. There's probably also a transformational component that goes into this, and part of that will be enabled by some of the recent provincial changes to land use authorities. It'll enable us to pre-zone areas of the city and no longer require what is currently a costly and time-consuming rezoning process. And then drawing from the successes we've seen for renovations and low-density housing, we know we need to simplify our internal development reviews, and that can be a combination of things. We think applying risk-based reviews is going to be very helpful. Relying on professionals, particularly where they're accredited professionals and they're part of a professional association, and then consolidating and simplifying our review groups. There's currently dozens of review groups that might need to look at a development permit application, and then all the interconnections between that can lead to extra time and processing. And I mentioned that as we roll out our digital technologies, we will start applying them to the higher density and more complex applications, and we think there's a lot of routine tasks that staff currently spend considerable time on that we can digitize and sort of eliminate those reviews. So currently for multiplexes, we are processing them first as a development permit and then as a building permit, as we would for sort of a large multifamily development. In Q4 this year, we're looking at shifting that and aligning it with how we approve single-family homes, detached houses, where we combine the development and building permit into what we call a DB permit. That could save up to 50% processing time for multiplex applications. And then before you today, we had some consideration around some regulatory changes. eliminating the horizontal angle of daylight regulation, eliminating the requirement for acoustical reports, and removing a 10% maximum rooftop area for mechanical equipment. These came about through a focus group of external architects and developers identified as some of the regulations that do impede permitting. For the applications that these do apply to, they will make a very significant impact. What we see is a lot of times these result in back and forth between applicants and the city and trying to comply with regulations that sometimes don't meet our urban context anymore. And I mentioned the new provincial rules. In time, this is going to mean faster processing for larger projects. I think it's important to note, and Paul touched on it, there's a lot of work to do here. We're still in the process of digesting what this all means and how we integrate it into our existing approvals framework. But over the long term, we see this as being one of those cornerstones to some of the step change transformations that we need to make in our permitting approvals for large and complex applications. So I'm going to turn it over to Corey for the key licensing achievements.
Great, thanks, Jesse. Corey O'Kell, General Manager of Development, Buildings and Licensing. So I'd like to just touch on some of the key licensing achievements that we've done in the last 6 months. So one of the first things is we've reduced our licensing wait times by about 50%. So from Q2 2024 compared to Q2 of 2023. Some of the key improvement drivers for that was online business licensing self-serve application portal, so digitizing the ability for applicants to apply online. It eliminated duplicate data entry and increases application completeness when we're getting those applications in stream. We're the first municipality to support license applications using provincial digital verifiable credentials. And we've also done an 83% reduction in business license categories. So an example of that is long-term rentals. We went from 14 categories down to 1. General contractors used to have 24 categories. That's been reduced to 1. And healthcare professionals were at 34 categories, and that's also been reduced to 1. We've also back to full staffing level complement in January of this year. Some initiatives that are also underway for business licensing is long-term rental applications will be coming in Q3 of 2024. Improvements to short-term rental applications also in Q3, and then self-serve retrieval of business license copies in Q1 of 2025. So just take an opportunity to expand on some of the comments Jesse gave around our digital tools that are improving permitting. So we've done a lot of foundational work to pave the way for more digital permit processing. Some of that is cleaning up and organizing our data, establishing data governance structure, as well as digitizing our regulations, policies, and rules. Jesse touched a bit on PRET, which is our self-serve application preparation tool. So this permit requirement exploration tool was launched in September of 2023. To date, we've seen 20 individuals apply and applications go in stream using this tool. The application requirements are all provided in one place, making it easier for the applicant to apply. They establishes fee estimate and permit status tracking for our applicants and improved application quality, reducing deficiencies and speeding up review timelines. We will have just done this for laneway currently, and we're going to be expanding to single detached homes and duplexes later this fall. The next digital tool that we have implemented is eComply, which is a new online plan checking tool. So this is really looking at the interior of the building as opposed to the other ePret, which is looking at the exterior. So this new online, it's AI-supported plan checking tool. And we launched the pilot for laneway homes in April. We've had 30 participants to date that have signed up for our pilot, and we've received 13 individuals exploring the tool online, and 1 project has gone through in stream using this tool. So once again, it improves our application quality and reduces deficiencies, speeding up review timelines, and it also offers greater predictability for our applicants. Coming after that will be CivCheck, which we don't have a slide on, but that is looking at digitizing our Vancouver building bylaw and using AI technology to do that as well. So next, we're going to talk a little bit about the 3331 permitting dashboard that's been developed. So this dashboard will include simple permit applications, a subset of the total number of applications in each of the 43331 targets. So those targets are Target A, which is home renovations, 3 days. Target B, detached houses, 3 weeks. Target C, small multifamily, 3 months. And Target D being high rises in 1 year. So as I noted previously, this will include simple permit applications, a subset of the total number of applications in each of the 3331 targets. And these are applications that require relatively straightforward reviews. A permit improvement program is focused on moving more of those applications into the simple category, and thereby including it in the 3331 dashboard metrics. So we did find it difficult extracting data in a useful and reportable way when we were creating the dashboard, and therefore we are using machine learning AI to pull the dashboard data together. The data is refreshed on the first day of the following month. So the data presented here is just simple permit data applications, and that do not have complex review criteria. Some of that would be additional reviews, public opinion, or Board of Variance applications. So when we filter out the complex applications, approximate number of applications received for each target. Target A, we receive approximately 1,600 applications per year. Target B, approximately 1,100. Target C, approximately 83, but as Jesse noted, that has increased substantially due to the multiplex applications of 170 that we've seen to date. Target D, approximately 12 applications are submitted per year. So I'll just go over the dashboard. So A, the simple home renovations, these are our current metrics. And so we are at 3 days, currently 2 days with city and 1 with applicant time. The simple single detached home permits, we're at 9 weeks, approximately 1.4 weeks with the city and 7.4 weeks with the applicant. For targets C and D, first for C, where we could not identify the city versus the applicant time, we assigned that time to the city. So you see it's 19 months and 16 months of that being with the city and 3 with the applicant. And then for D, there's a low volume, so we just listed the permits approved this year to date. And we are still working on data collection to have a more robust dashboard in future. I will hand it back to Jesse on next steps.
Okay, so there's a number of things we're doing in terms of next steps. This is by no means the entire list, but some of the key things, there's regulatory changes that we'll bring back for referral report in the fall of this year. We are continuing to digitize our permit streams on several fronts. We're investing in digitizing the Vancouver building bylaw, the zoning and development bylaw. Again, these are key changes that sort of underpin our entire transformation program around permitting. Where we really want to focus our effort and shift our attention is simplifying the development applications and aligning that with the new provincial regulatory changes. We have started on that work. We're starting to see some improvements, but we think that there's a significant transformation opportunity there, similar to what we've seen for renovation permits. And finally, multiplex are going to be a key part of advancing the missing middle housing. We've already invested in a dedicated team. I think there's opportunities around digitization and simplifying the review process. We'll continue to do that. And we will report back to council on all of this and likely some other changes in Q4 of this year. With that, I will open it for questions.
Great, thank you very much. And you do have a number of questions. So we'll start with Councillor Kirby-Young, who held this report. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks very much, staff, for the presentation. I agree with the city manager in terms of the initial comments that this is one of the most significant priorities for this council, and it's a complex piece of work. And I'm super appreciative of the work that we've done before. I do have a number of questions, as this is sort of essentially a transformation piece around how this is framed going forward. And I will say that I really struggled, particularly with Report 1A, just in terms of how the report is presented. And so what I'm looking to get at is there a more explicit way of being able to present the information? Because there was a lot, I know we have a dashboard, there's a lot of text here that said 50% more. Well, more than what? And so what I'm looking for is, can we put a moment in time in the sand and depict where we are starting from, so we know what our actual metrics are, and then we can see, track sort of quantitatively the progress moving forward. I've got a number of questions, but I think that for me is a really important one, because it felt like you had to be a bit of a detective to sort of pull out the information, as opposed to just, I know there's a dashboard and maybe it's a question of that getting expanded, but just clearly and explicitly pulling out the information so we can see the magnitude of the problem. And sometimes it was like, well, this is 50% of what? Or 22 versus 2024. Sometimes it's 24 versus 23. So it was difficult to get a clear picture of where are we now and where we're going. Do you want to start with that? I've got a lot of questions.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. Baselining data has been incredibly challenging. Part of it's system related and legacy issues. We do have baseline data that we publish on open data, and we are working on the dashboard, and that will allow baselining and anybody from the public or council to be able to go through the data themselves and baseline.
I'm just going to try to keep moving just for time. If we are able to say 50% more than, we're basing that off a number. So we're picking a baseline number. So can we just depict very clearly in a table what those numbers are and where we're starting?
Certainly, and those numbers are included in the presentation.
Okay, are you talking about the appendices?
In the presentation that accompanied the reports,
The
which is
presentation.
posted online.
Okay. Why are we using, just to better understand also how we're going to frame this workup, because it's going to be a model we're going to use moving forward, why are we measuring the median? So like half are above or below what our target is, as opposed to just being our target? What's the validity of doing that? And my second question is around the universe of what's included, the fact that we're only including simple permits, we're excluding more complex projects, and then the intention, I understand, is to bring, as we work through digitization, and bring other projects in. But are we really getting a true picture, again, of what the magnitude of our challenge is collectively, if we're taking a very small subset of the big universe and we're only including that in the dashboard? So those are my next two questions.
Yeah, so on the median, my understanding is that's best practice in the industry for permit reporting because of the outliers. And then on your second question?
On that one, on the median, then, do we know, is that what other cities are doing? Like if we talk to other cities across Canada, would they all be using a median?
Typically, they're using median.
So Calgary, for example?
I can't speak to Calgary specifically.
Okay, I'd love some follow-up information on that.
We can follow up with you on that.
Again, it would be great because we always get, I think it's great to see the positive comments coming in. I think we've got lots of room to get lots more of those, but we always get Vancouver's very slow. So again, I'm looking for, in terms of setting the model, are we going to be able to have comparators relative to other cities that we're using common methodology and metrics? My next part is really around the targets on that graph. You've got A to D. Is it possible to include the number per year explicitly on that graph so we can see the volume of what the city is issuing again?
Yep, we can certainly look into that.
Okay. Can I move for a second round, Chair?
All those in favor? Any opposed? Great, we'll have a second round.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit. And are we asking questions on 1B now as well as 1A, Chair? Are we asking questions on 1A as well as 1B now, or would we be asking questions on that separately?
Presentation included all four reports.
So it's fine to that. Okay, so on 1B, I want to talk about inboard. Well, let's start with park board, with shadowing and parks. In terms of extending and the work that is anticipated to extend the downtown shadowing to the rest of the city, can you comment on what impact that has around protecting quality space in parks and shadowing for parks?
Yeah, I will turn over to our colleagues in EDS. Jason, do you want to take that?
Sorry.
I see the city
if I
managers
might,
raised, and I'm
Chair, the staff are presenting a report tomorrow that deals with urban design guidelines. So it's not addressed in this report here. Just wondering whether that's a question we might address tomorrow.
I'm going to pause your timer, Councillor Kirby-Young. Could you just clarify, and you're out of time, so we'll have to.
Okay, it is in. Can we just get a procedural clarification on that, because it's in 1B that's on today, my understanding.
So just to clarify, it's covering two pieces. Maybe what we'll do is,
I
go ahead.
misunderstood the question then. I thought you were asking about shadowing. Horizontal angle of daylight is a different issue.
Yes,
Okay.
thank
Okay.
you.
Sorry.
I'll come back. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Show.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, staff, for the presentation. So excited to see the progress here. I do have a few questions, some technical questions as well. So to follow up Councilor Kirby's question, we are using medium, which means 50% of the application is actually longer than the number there. So that number is not well representative because 50% longer, 50% shorter. So my question here is, what is staff's interpretation of 3331? Should we achieve 100% average? Or medium, or maybe, I don't know, 80%, 80% hell. That'll be a more objective number. So from your perspective, what is the interpretation of 3331?
So, Councillor, maybe if I could, we would take the position or understand that council is ideally looking for every permit to be issued within that threshold. I would say realistically, in our near-term horizon, that's not going to be feasible. So what we're reporting on at this stage is essentially a metric that will show progress. We can, if council is interested in a different reflection of the information, we're certainly happy to report that. And that's also a function of why we're reporting against simple permits. Complex permits are complex. The notion, for example, of issuing a complicated renovation permit in 3 days is not practical. So in the long term, we understand that that's where council is looking to go. I think what we're trying to provide for the council and the public at this point is a reflection of the progress we're making, but also what's realistic within our current context. Again, we're happy to take direction or questions from council, reflect the information back in a different way. That's essentially part of the direction I guess we'd be seeking out of this meeting today.
Okay, thanks, Paul. So achieve 100% is not realistic, and it's not realistic mathematically either. So, but I would encourage we use like maybe 80% percentile, so we have a broader representation instead of only medium. So which means 50% actually longer than this number. So maybe just something to be think about. Okay, so the other question is, okay, we mentioned about this permit requirement exploration tool. By the fall, we're going to implement for detached house. Is there any plan for the more complex project? What is the timeline?
Thank you for the question. We don't have a timeline currently for the more complex projects. We're trying to work through for e-compliant e-pret to have that subset so that we're confident that we can move forward with the more complex projects.
Okay, thanks, Corey. So the other question is, we often heard that, there are different departments involved in the licensing process, engineering, PDS, licensing. Sometimes they don't talk to each other. So is there any improvement in terms of coordination among ourselves within our departments?
With respect to licensing?
Yes, like for instance, they want to remove a tree, but that involves different departments in the city. So that would potentially slow down the process because there's no communication, they don't talk to each other.
Yes.
So is there any progress made in terms of coordination?
So we have created a stream with the business licensing department to prioritize those applications that require permits prior to the license being issued.
Okay, so there is something going on. Okay. The other question is, if we look at 3331, it's not the ultimate goal. It's actually the ultimate goal is to help us increase the throughput, the number of licenses approved. So 3331 is just a approach to help us get to that ultimate goal. So I would encourage us to measure what is our throughput. So that's our the real intention for this 3331 policy. So is I saw the good progress here, but is there any progress in terms of increase the throughput, increase the number of approved license in the past number of months or whatever? That's the real things we are trying to achieve here.
Yeah, so for business licenses, I think Sarah can comment on that, but we have seen the volume of those increase.
Okay.
And then across all of the permitting streams that we reported data on today, we have seen volume increases over the past number of years. Initially, that was actually the metric we were looking at because of the lag time to approve a permit. So we wanted to know if we're approving more permits, that was a good sign. And so now we're seeing that reflected in the average time to approve a permit.
Okay, so can we consider that in the dashboard as well? So because really we want to measure the success of this program, which is really the throughput. Yeah, can we think about that as well in the?
Certainly, yes. And we've built a drill down layer of the dashboard that does include all of that data and historical trending over time and baselines.
Okay, thank you. That's what really the public want to see. 3331 people actually thinking it's really good, but the ultimate goal is increase the
Councilor Cho, that's
throughput.
your time, so this actually.
Okay, I'll come back.
And you can ask your question.
Thank you.
Very much. Councilor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair, and thanks staff for the work on this. It looks like there's been some great progress made on that lower density housing renovations, et cetera. But my first question is around some of the larger projects. I see on the dashboard for Target D, so that's the high rise and large scale, the permit processing times vary quite a bit for those 4 permits. The lowest is 1.3 years, which is great because that's really close to the 1 year, but the longest is 3 years. So I'm just wondering what accounts for those variances in those 4 projects that have come so far this year.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. With complex projects, the number of variables increase substantially. So I think for the longest permit that you're referencing there was some significant and major hydrological issues that had to be addressed through that project. Part of that is a city requirement. I think part of that is also a provincial requirement, and that's leading to the longer times.
Okay, thanks for that information. What's our average for high-rise, large-scale permit issuance per year? It must be more than 4 year to date.
I think it's about 12. Corey referenced it.
Okay. So I'm just anticipating with Broadway Plan, I'm seeing probably 4 projects come to application stage a month. So are staff anticipating that volume to increase in the coming years, given those projects will require permits?
Certainly, if those projects are over 12 stories, then the volume will increase for Target D.
Okay. So given that we're not quite meeting that target yet, what is our plan to handle all of those development applications and permit issuance that is coming in the future?
That would be the incremental work we're doing to sort of peel away some of the complications around development permits, some of the regulatory changes that I mentioned, and also the citywide transformation effort in terms of how we do reviews and approvals for those complex developments.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So given all of those, some external things that are coming that will be beneficial for us, what is your sense of when we can expect to be close to that 1 year target for the high rise and large scale? Next year, 2 years? I'm just curious. I just want to get a timeline.
Yeah, putting a timeline on something that complex is difficult at this stage. We're in the process of mapping out next steps and processing all of the provincial changes. And we can bring updates on that in further council updates.
Okay. Okay. And then my other questions were more about some of the changes that were made that were positive around some of those smaller projects, which are great. I saw eliminating traffic impact studies was mentioned a couple times. Are they not required at all anymore, or are they just not reviewed by city staff?
I'm going to pass that question to our colleagues in engineering.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Neil Peacock. I'm Associate Director of Special Projects Engineering. Thanks for the question. I think really what we're doing is exercising staff discretion on where we apply these. That's been the practice. The report makes reference to approximately up to 100 a year. And really what we'd like to do is just reserve that for our most significant major projects where we consider things like new roads or new signals, and streamline these out for Broadway Plan type projects that are delivering lots of rental housing, and eliminate that requirement. So this could mean maybe just a handful a year, up to 5 major projects.
Okay, so they're not completely eliminated, those traffic impact studies. They're just for large projects that would have a significant impact on traffic flow, for example.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not to say the staff can't investigate this. We're just taking that burden off the application itself and looking at it more broadly.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. And then I also saw future elimination of acoustical reports. I just wanted clarity on what projects or situations those would be typically required in.
Thanks for the question. So acoustical reports are required in certain zones, typically along arterials. That requirement was put in place decades ago when building and wall assemblies were very thin. We had single pane windows and acoustical noise from the street was an issue. With the new building code, it's not really an issue anymore, and air conditioning is required in new apartment buildings, so there's barriers to noise.
Okay, so because the walls are thicker, we have triple pane windows likely, and this is because it's step code and different things, they're not really required, is that?
That's right.
Yeah, okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. That's all for my questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And thanks for the presentation and thanks for all the ongoing work on this. I know we've changed streams a few times from when I've been on council and but a lot of this digital transformation stuff seems to be really bearing fruit. And I've been kind of playing around with some of it using fake addresses on the PRET in particular. Now, I recognize that it's only done on R1 right now. What's the feedback been on it so far? I realize it's a very limited kind of scope, but it seems to have a great deal of potential. It certainly automatically kind of presents all the permits one would need, and it's actually a pretty useful tool. I could see it being very useful in a variety of other zones. What's the feedback like, and what's the feasibility of introducing new zones?
Okay. Yeah, so through the pilots, the feedback so far has been very positive. We're using that feedback to further refine the tools before we broadly release it and also expand it to other housing types. But the team is focused on scaling up those technologies. Part of the challenge that we've had in investing in this technology is there's so much work that we've had to do that isn't really seen by the public or council. If you think about it as an iceberg, we're just showing you the very tip of the iceberg today. What that's going to allow is things to iterate and scale very quickly by investing in all that technology to enable things like payments and single sign-on, boring things that end up making the system work a lot better over time. So yeah, we will be expanding it and scaling it over time.
Yeah, and having done my share of back-end and front-end coding, I totally appreciate the iceberg analogy and how it works. And I do want to acknowledge, I really do think the PRET is, in this current iteration, is a very useful tool, and I can definitely see how it would be, and it would be great to see the various different iterations incorporated. So where are we at with eComply? Because it was about a year ago that we launched the sneak peek on eComply, and it seemed to be pretty exciting, and it's not really launched yet. Are we running into kind of unforeseen issues as far as programming the back end to make it compliant, or?
Yeah, so I think we had mentioned we were going to release it publicly in Q1. That ended up being April, so a very small slip there. And there was this strategic decision taken to launch it as a pilot to gather feedback. When we release a new technology to the public, it's really important that we make sure that we get it right. And by launching a pilot, we're able to gather useful feedback from applicants. And the reason we're designing these tools is to make the applicant experience better, right? It's not to make the city experience work better. And so we really need to work with a core group of applicants through these pilots to understand what some of the key issues are, how to make the technology better and more user-friendly so that when we broadly release it, it's going to be very well accepted.
And so with our pilot cohort for eComply, are we talking about professional builders who already know what they're doing? Are we going the full gamut with maybe less experienced builders?
I think typically we're working with folks that do a lot of applications in the city of Vancouver so that we can work around the nuances of particular applications. We wouldn't want to just look at your vanilla typical application because in doing so we might miss certain things.
Okay, and just checking my time. Okay, I got enough for Small Housing BC, and I don't know if this is even within the scope of what you guys are capable of answering, but Small Housing BC had really talked a lot about standardized modular components like drop-in kind of wet wall bathroom pods and stuff like that. Is that something that is being explored through this work, and are we seeing any progress on these kind of modular components that could make builds a lot faster, especially on ADUs and laneway and stuff?
Yeah, so we think through the digitization of our zoning and development bylaws and our Vancouver building bylaws, we can essentially enable anybody to sort of create their own modular solution by designing something that's compliant with our bylaws. And that way we're not picking any winners in terms of what the modular solution is. We're democratizing our regulations so that the market can design to our regulations much more easily and quickly.
So that digital transformation does enable those kind of modular solutions.
It certainly would.
Deployable and
Yeah, they could test their modular solutions against our regulations in a digital way.
Okay, excited to see that happen more. Thanks for the work.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, equally excited to see this work happening. I can't remember if it was my first term or my second term, but it has been a long time that we've looked at this issue. And I remember back when Vision Vancouver was here, that it was about hiring more staff. Like I think it was 100 staff, or it was like significant numbers of staff to try and increase processing time. So my question around that is that we have those, so it wasn't obviously just more staff. It was looking at the whole system and requirements of the system. Are we now, because we have that staff in place, going to be able to, is that the reason we can process more quickly? Not just because we have better aligned systems, but because we have the staff in place to be able to move those applications forward and permits forward faster?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So as Paul mentioned, this is one of the most complex things we do at the city. So it's hard to attribute improvements to any single action that the city's taken. Having more staff certainly helps. Reducing the complexity, the number of folks that need to review a permit at certain times will certainly help. Some of our regulations that have been around for years and have sort of outlived their usefulness will help. It's really going to be a combination of all of these things working together that's going to help to transform this. And when we layer technology onto that, that's really going to be a multiplier in terms of improvements.
Right. Digitizing the Vancouver building bylaw, which you said is underway. I'm assuming that's going to really speed up the online search functions. So that will also decrease the time.
Yeah, where that's really going to help out is improving the completeness and the quality of applications. So applicants can know that they conform to our bylaws before submitting an application. And then on the staff review side, rather than staff having to get out a ruler and measure things and identify whether it conforms or not to our bylaws, technology can do that automatically. Now, digitizing the bylaw is a significant undertaking, and we're going to have to leverage multiple technologies, including artificial intelligence, to take what's a written bylaw and turn it into digital rules. So it will take time.
Do you have a timeline?
We don't have a timeline today.
Okay. Okay. The report notes that we are now relying on credentialed professionals. Have been asking about that forever, like engineers. And what are the other kinds of professionals that we are relying on? So when an engineer puts a stamp on, we're not checking it. We're just relying. They take responsibility for having put that stamp on. Is that the way it's going to be now?
Yeah. So that's for sprinklers. So for sprinklers, that's an area where we're relying on professional engineers.
Not engineers yet.
For sprinklers, we're relying on professional engineers, and what we're doing is we're also using our inspectors to check in the field and make sure that that work is actually done to the standards. And what we're finding is, yes, it is. And that's why we see there's opportunities to expand that use of professional engineers, professional architects that are part of accredited societies to stamp drawings, to stamp designs, and us to do less internal checks and reviews on those, but still confirm in the field through our inspections that they are meeting the regulations and that the buildings are safe.
That was my next question. I just want to make sure that as we're speeding things up and maybe reducing some permit requirements, that that there's, I guess I'm looking for just reassurance. No public safety issues are being compromised here. The quality of work in terms of impact on environment is also being maintained. So just, because I've had a few people question that. So, because things get done so quickly. Are we missing the boat on any of those public safety issues?
One of the key principles of our permitting improvement program is that we are a regulator and we need to fulfill our regulatory obligations. And part of that is keeping the community safe. And so we're not looking to compromise that. And that's why when we look at things like relying more on professionals, we're still ensuring that we have a safety check in the field from our trained inspectors to make sure that those buildings are designed and built to our regulations. Part of the reason we do those internal checks is to help builders to make sure that they're not designing something improperly that they might have to take down
Right.
when an inspector goes in the field and says, actually, this doesn't conform to the regulations. But what we're finding is industry is caught up to the regulations.
That's good work. I'll get on for more questions. Thank
Very
you.
much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and updates, and to our city manager as well for the context around the significant amount of work that's been undertaken in progress. My colleagues have asked a number of questions about data. I do want to circle back to the dashboard, like the snapshot that was provided in our report, specifically to understand the context. This is on page 12, Appendix C. Under high-rise and large-scale, target 1 year, permit processing times, permits issued in 2024, and then we have 1.3, 1.7, 2.5, and 3 years. Can you just expand on that? Is what is the criteria referring to here? What's the snapshot and point in time with respect to those 4 different reference points that are listed, the years there?
Or do you want to take that one?
Hi. Laura Conray, Senior Manager, BPPS. Thanks for your question. So there's a mixture of complex data that goes into Target C, and a lot of the permits that are being issued in Target D haven't had the benefits of the changes that we've made in the PIP program. So over time, probably in the next year, we'll see that number decrease quite a bit.
So I guess just to be really clear, is I'm just trying to understand, what does 1.3, 1.7, 2.5, and 3 represent?
That's from application completeness check to permit issuance.
Okay, and that is examples of, or that is?
These are permits that were issued in the month of May.
In the month of May specifically?
Yeah.
So those are just basically 4 discrete examples
Oh, sorry, this is actually over the course of 2024.
over the course of 2024.
Sorry, Councillor, just
I'm
to clarify, those are the 4 permits that we've issued in that category. That is all 4. They're not examples.
Okay.
Those are the permits. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. It just wasn't clear with respect to the slide. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay. I'm curious if staff could expand a little bit on, I know there's been a lot of focus on more client-centric service, because that was one of the pieces of feedback we heard going back to 2018 and some of our surveys we were doing with the public as well as with commercial businesses and builders. And what does that look like now for residents or businesses? Because one of the biggest pieces I've heard is I want to get on the phone and I want to troubleshoot an issue. So what does that service model look like today, and what's changed from the past, and what does it look like today for people? Again, whether you're a homeowner just trying to do a home renovation to a larger scale builder.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We still do have for commercial, as you mentioned, we do have our commercial renovation center. So applicants can have one-on-one interactions with one of our project coordinators to better understand what their project viability is. We also have our services center. We no longer have our phone center, but that's routed through 311. And then a case is put into our services center where one of our inquiry center officers will reach out to the customer and applicant and walk them through the process as needed.
So appreciate that. So we don't have no phone service. So if I'm again, member of the public, I'm doing a home renovation, something smaller scale, and so I'd be calling 311, and that's being routed then to an inquiry officer. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, you can either go directly online and submit a form electronically, or if you need assistance, you can contact 311 who will direct it to our inquiry center.
Do we have a sense of how that's working? Do we have have we had a bit of a touch point to go, okay, this is effective in terms of going through 311 or the web form? Because there are some people online, easy to navigate, but I consistently hear people want to just be able to troubleshoot and get on the phone. I'm just curious how we're measuring success on that particular piece, because that's often what we hear about.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a 2-day turnaround from the time that a case is submitted until the individual will be contacted by an inquiry center officer. We do offer the ability for them to come in and meet in person as well. And they can also request a phone call. But somebody will reach out to them once their case is submitted within 2 days.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. My other question, sorry, I'm just going to look at my time here. I'm going to come back on because I've got a couple of more questions. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks very much, staff. What I'm seeing here is a potentially a very transformational set of changes that you brought forward, and so I'm just as a starting comment, thank you very much for all the incredible effort and hours of work that have gone into trying to move these important. Fundamental changes to the work that we do at the city, as the city manager says, forward. I see that the provincial changes have been flagged, providing potentially things like pre-zoning more easy, more possible. Can you describe a little bit more detail on some of these provincial changes and the things that they are sort of triggering?
Sure, Josh White, GM PDS. A few things with the provincial regulations. I think the first thing to say about that is that one of the most transformational elements will be the shift from our current CAC structure to an ACC structure, and that will really be the linchpin that allows us to sort of turn its system on its head. We have a system right now where we underzone the city relative to what our policy states we have, and we have a heavily negotiated process to accrue public benefit. What the ACC bylaw will allow is a more predictable system, a more formulaic-based system, which will then also allow us to go ahead and zone the city for what we say we want. And so rezonings themselves will be more the exception rather than the default rule. But even when we have to do rezonings, that'll allow that process to be a far more simpler process. And the knock-on effect of that is that, and the beautiful thing about that is that'll also allow us to run those processes more concurrently. Whereas today we have a lot of detail and a lot of complexity at the rezoning stage, creating much more simpler parameters around a rezoning will allow us to compress those timelines as well. So there's a whole bunch of things that play together that'll allow a pretty transformational change in how our whole development system works.
Thank you. What's the impact of the combined development and building permits for multiplex timing?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yeah, so currently we're running them one before the other. We're going to make the shift, and we wanted to do that to just absorb all the new changes. We're going to make the shift to a combined DB, which is similar to what we do for single-family housing, and that can cut up to 50% of the time from the process because they can run in parallel at the same time.
Quick question around sprinkler, the exemptions that have been put in. There's been some conversations that I've been involved in previously with regards to upgrades for childcare in residential, having to go to more commercial level in sprinklers. Is that do those things overlap in this with these changes?
I would have to get back on the specifics of that. If you were adding a new use, my understanding is that these exemptions would not apply. And I know that if you are adding a secondary suite, these exemptions would not apply. Typically, a secondary suite would be over $250,000, but that is a life safety issue we want to make sure that we're still addressing.
On the digital transformation that's happening right now, there are just a few precedents, I guess, for, I know there were some eyes on the city of Kelowna. We've been working closely with them in terms of adopting these tools. What do you know about, clearly there's a time to adapt, learn the new tools, get the skills training, get the end users more familiar with it, but what are we expecting in terms of things ramping up after all that sort of starting phase?
I think we're at that stage where things are starting to ramp up. Like I've said, we built a lot of the foundational tools that allow us to scale and accelerate the implementation of these technologies. And I can say from somebody that's sort of been looking at this and what other jurisdictions and regions are doing, the city of Vancouver really is leading the way when it comes to the digital transformation and the way that we're applying technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to make permitting faster and more applicant friendly.
Okay. I only have 30 seconds left, so I'll come back on the queue. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Klassen. Thank you to staff. That's the first round of questions. There's a lot of questions. We're going to advance. Councillor Montague, you haven't spoken yet, correct? Okay, so I'm going to advance you. And I did not do that very well, so I'm going to just put your mic on and I'll manage the queue with the support of the clerks. Please go ahead.
Sure. I shouldn't take my full 5 minutes. I rarely do, but most of the questions have been answered. But thank you for the presentation. I was excited to read this report. I don't get excited very often when it comes to council reports, but when it involves updates that show real progress and significant progress, I'm always excited. I know when I talk to my council colleagues, we do feel that this 3331 policy and target, will at the municipal level allow us to build more homes faster. So my question is, I'm super happy that staff has embraced this 3331 goal. My question is regarding not something that was in the report, or at least I didn't see it in the report, but something you mentioned during the presentation. And that was with regards to the backlog. How much have we decreased the city backlog, and are we completely up to date?
Yeah, so for renovations, low-density housing permits, there effectively is no backlog currently. Where we sometimes see some hangups is when an application comes incorrect or incomplete, and we need to go back to the applicant and get some corrections on that. I would probably defer to Josh or somebody from PDS to talk about the sort of the higher rise projects, because I think Broadway is an area where we've seen a lot of applications. So maybe I'll...
And I guess also with that question was the backlog fairly significant? And how quickly have we been able to reduce it to? I'll let Josh answer.
Yeah, maybe I can just speak to the rezoning piece. I think we still are confronting some delays and some backlogs that we need to work through. Some of that was induced by just the level of complexity and how complex our rezoning application process is today, and also just the volume that's come through things like Broadway plans. So we have some work to do, both in terms of kind of how we go about that process to clear that backlog, and what I just alluded to before, to sort of transform that system such that we don't run into that type of backlog in the future because of how complex that process is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, I appreciate it. That's all my questions. Chair.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Montague. And Councillor Kirby-Young, second round of questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And also appreciation of the city manager for earlier. He's correct. I was mixing up my inboard bedroom question with the report for tomorrow. Too many reports, so apologies for that. So I'll start with that one, which is on 1B, and it references the horizontal angle of daylight. And I just want to confirm I'm reading this correctly, that if a bedroom or a living space is on an exterior wall, windows required, but inboard bedrooms will still be permitted. Am I reading that correctly?
Hi, good question. Inboard bedrooms, as we look at this, is going to be kind of a definitional conversation, and that'll be part of the apartment living guidelines work that's coming out next year. But in a nutshell, right now, the HAD, what it says is every habitable room, with a couple exceptions, needs a window. That's what we're looking at. We're saying, well, that's not necessarily true anymore. So that'll change over time as we move forward. And it's going to be just about allowing spaces interior while maintaining required spaces like living spaces and bedrooms to have windows still. Does that make sense?
Yes. So in practical terms, right, in sort of layman's terms, you see a lot of smaller spaces now. So you see the layout being a lot more creative around flexibility for space for residents. So quite often the bedrooms will have sort of a pull wall that you can open it up so it's light during the day. And then if you want to, you can pull the door and section off the space where the bed is. So we're talking that something like that I'm seeing increasingly in apartments is permissible and would continue to be likely.
Right now, it's inconsistent because there's an inconsistency of HAD. The new state will be, yes, that will be considered, yes, it will be consistent, and yes, those creative uses of space will be enabled.
Okay. Thanks. Can we talk about balconies on this one? Okay, so still within the report. Sorry, I am a little turned around today on what's in all these different reports. We had last term, I think it was last term, I remember moving an amendment around looking at the FSR restrictions or the building regulation restrictions for more flexibility with the balcony space, that they could be potentially enclosed. You see a lot of folks doing that. There's condo projects, and for example, in Burnaby, where you can have retractable glass goes up and down. We have a rainy climate, can extend people's living space in a small area, makes it more useful for wind when people are in a busy, dense city. So can we get a sense of where the work is on that piece and what the status is? Because I haven't seen anything back.
Exactly the same timeline, middle of next year, part of the apartment living guidelines and the other regulatory changes that we'll be looking at to accompany that. So it lands in about 40 different or 20 different documents. So pulling that together, coordinating it, but absolutely we're shifting from a requirement for balconies for every unit towards looking at that in a more measured approach. And that includes enclosed balconies, indoor, maybe Juliet balconies, and understanding how that works. There is a question also about how does that land with affordable smaller units versus larger units, and as you've probably seen, the bigger units always have the balconies, and so the question is what's the city's role in ensuring that the more affordable smaller units have some access to outdoor space, open space, daylight.
Okay, so that will be included in the package of work that's coming back altogether, and
Correct.
it will range from, just reflecting back, I'm hearing from flexibility to have no balconies. I'm thinking of the project, the mass timber one at Maine that council approved, to Juliet, to shared outdoor space, to regular balconies, to potentially the ability to enclose them.
Flexibility and modernizing, correct.
Okay, but that's great to hear. Technology, I'm really excited to see the use of technology. And I know it's early days. Can we get a sense, and it always takes longer in terms of implementing when you're digitizing all your rules and you're trying it out for the first time. Can we get a sense of what the technology roadmap looks like? And if we think we're going to exponentially see this gaining some momentum in terms of how many permits can be expedited? How much can be digitized for processes? I am short on time. Maybe I'll ask for a third round because I have another question. Do that?
Yeah, so we're building a roadmap based on the success of the pilots and what we're learning. So Pret, we're looking to expand that. I think it's in the fall of this year. And we can get back to council with a specific roadmap when we land on it after the pilots. And then e-comply, the plan is to launch that publicly later this year for laneway homes and then expand it either later this year or
If we could get a
early next year.
roadmap back of what that looks like as we adoption, that'd be great. I want to go back to Councillor Dominato's question. Why can't we have somebody actually answering the phone and put a call through to the inquiry center direct? I hear that a lot versus waiting for someone to get back to you, book an appointment, wait 2 days. Why can't they ask some simple questions and actually have somebody on the end of the phone?
And if we can just get it, I'm going to allow this question to go over 5 minutes because a couple people have asked it, and then we'll wrap it up.
You want me to come back on?
I'm going to allow the answer.
Okay, thank you for the question. So we do have the ability for 311 to transfer the call directly to our ECOs that are working on a daily basis in the services center.
But why can't they just call direct to a number that is designated for that purpose? As
Yeah,
opposed
so
to get bounced from one?
So it is, the number does go, so 311 does recognize that it is one for the services center. We eliminated our phone center during COVID because we were faced with some other challenges with respect to staffing, and moved to contract 311 to take those calls for us when we moved to the e-plan and digital platforms.
Okay, we'll have to leave it
I'm
there.
gonna come
and
back
we'll on. We don't have a third round yet, but maybe we will get one. You're out of time, so I'll just ask another counselor. No, I didn't hear that. Okay, so you're moving for a second round. Just to
I did.
I can ask
I did do
third
that,
round.
and that was why I had suggested coming back on.
Okay, I can ask the
It wasn't approved yet. Councillor Kirby-Young, I'll just get you to just pause for a second. Just so
Yeah.
everyone understands the process, if you're going to call for a second round, you have to do it within your 5 minutes, not your first.
I did,
While
Chair,
you
for
had time.
clarity.
I'm just clarifying the process because we're way over time now.
I know, but just to clarify the record, because I don't want to infer I didn't. I did call for a second round. It was seconded by Councillor Joe.
Okay, I'll ask the third round. That's second round.
We are on a second round of questions. We're asking for a third round now, and I'll just ask everyone to follow that. So that has happened before. So just to remind on procedure, it has to be within the 5 minutes. And I get that we get right up against the end of the 5 minutes and we try and rush it in, but if we can just be mindful of that. So we've got a motion on the floor by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, great. So we will go to a third round of questions. And now Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I got a couple of other questions. So about this e-comply project, I understand is using AI to check against our policy. So is that something that City of Kelowna they're doing, like a chat box, or we do much more function than the City of Kelowna? Do we know?
It's difficult to, thanks for the question. It's difficult to speak to the specifics of what Kelowna is doing under the hood. I think they're using a chatbot,
Yes,
in my understanding.
they are.
What we're doing is we're using machine learning and AI to take our regulations, which are currently written, and turn them into digital rules, which can be administered automatically by a machine.
Okay, so we're actually doing much more than just a chat box, if I put that way. Is that right?
Depending on what Kelowna is doing. Again, I can't speak to exactly what they're doing, but I can say what we're doing is quite advanced. We're trying to skip to the end solution that's going to completely transform.
But it's more than a chat box. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Fair enough. Okay, perfect. The other question is, I understand before we have to track all the data manually. So now we have the dashboard. We have all this data. Does that mean we can check all this data electronically right now?
For most permitting types, we can, there's a number of changes that we've had to make to our systems to be able to get more granular data. We still are facing some limitations, particularly as we get to the more complex permits. Solving that will be a combination of addressing some of our existing system deficiencies, but also through the digital transformation program, layering on new technologies that are better able to report timelines, distinguish those timelines between the city and the applicant, and report those out in a much more user-friendly way.
Okay, so if we want to pull out the data, line by line data for the project to understand where is their start time of the submission, where they're at, we are able to do that right now. Is that right?
For many permits, we are able to do that. For example, for home renovations, new low-density housing. For complex development permit applications, we are still working on that. We've made a number of changes that have helped to enable that, though.
Okay. Thank you. So the other questions for the complex project, why there are only 4 projects approved this year?
Yeah, that's a good question. Part of it is because it's only residential or mixed-use projects, so the filtering activity we go through, so it doesn't include new hotels, office towers, things like that. Also, the thing to consider is that if there's a large development project that has many towers, that might just be one project, but it might represent multiple towers.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. So the other questions, though, is the dashboard, it will be available to the public, is that right?
Our plan is to make it available to the public over time. We wanted to release it to council today, and then there's a number of improvements that we want to make and refinements, and we will look to release it to the public later this year.
Okay, what is the timeline for the releasing to the public?
I think it's Q4. Yeah, the Q4 this year.
Okay. My last question is, so, during the long submission application process, there are some wait time we are not responsible for, right? So we return the application back to the developer, and they need to do a lot of things. Are we thinking about, deduct those wait time from the calculation? Because it's not fair to penalize us for something that we're not responsible for.
Of course.
So that would make a more objective wait times. And we can communicate that to the developing industry, let them know that's how we measure and calculate the wait time. Is that something we are thinking about?
Yeah, so that was actually a limitation of our current system, was to be able to distinguish between when we did a review and completed it and then handed it back to the developer, the applicant, to do their review. We've recently made a change in our system to be able to do that. That will take a number of months to actually work its way through the system. If you saw, the approval times are measured in months right now for those target C and D. Once those permits work their way through the system, all the permits that are being applied for today will be able to distinguish between the city time and the applicant time.
Yeah, so if you have the timestamp in the raw data, right, we can actually deduct that from the calculation. So that would help us not only mathematically meet the 3331, but also more objectively for the time that we are responsible for.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. That's all my question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Just wanting to get on, I guess, on the public record, you talked about the categories to be checked in terms of online applications, the online application portal. So for example, for long-term rentals, being reduced from 14 to 1 category. And then another examples where we're reducing categories. Just want to know, I think the public's interested, what kind of categories are being eliminated? If you go to 14 to 1, what aren't you checking for? What categories are being, no report on?
Good morning, it's Sarah Hicks, Chief License Inspector. So through that business license collapse, we did a lot of research with our internal departments, with those that did research on our categories, and really looked to streamline to come out with the best data that was usable. So within the long-term category, as an example, we are no longer tracking if it's solely a secondary suite or just the main house or just a laneway. Those are all collapsed underneath the one address with a number of dwelling units that they're renting out. In the number of contractors, we had a number of categories. One was plumber with gas, one was electrician, all of the different types of activities that you could have done as a contractor. A contractor could have needed 3 or 4 licenses in order to conduct their whole business. So we've collapsed that down to the general contractor or a trade contractor. Now they can do everything with underneath those 2 categories.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Appreciate that. The second question, I'm wondering if we, by eliminating, for example, the need for energy upgrades for building like renovations that are below 250,000, if that is in any significant way compromising our climate targets to reduce GHGs. And if you don't have the answer to this, maybe just a follow-up with the answer, but about how many buildings does that mean? Like, in other words, that we're not doing or not requiring energy upgrades on?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yeah, I will follow up with our folks in sustainability. My understanding is that these changes were made with limited impact to outcomes, but significant impacts to permitting, which has generally been our approach to any regulatory changes.
Okay, that's a good philosophy, but if we could just have a bit of data on that, and as I say, I don't need it right this moment. If there's, can come up later, that's great.
Yep, we can get back to you.
And final question. Report 6 on our agenda today, which is the Auditor General Committee Recommendations Report, does note that there is no action yet on setting targets for permitting cost recovery until Q4 2024. I'm wondering if it's going to be done by Q4 in time to be able to impact the 2025 operating budget.
So we don't have any folks from finance here. I'm hesitant to speak on their behalf, but we can certainly get back to you on that unless the city manager has any comments on that.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor. So that would be our objective, is that when council is setting fees for 2025, that we're able to reflect that. There's quite a bit of work involved in doing that. So, but that's the target that we're working.
That is the target? Okay, appreciate that. That's for my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Great, very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. I haven't asked any questions yet, and we're going into a couple of rounds here, so I'm just going to advance myself, or at least ask clerks to help do that. I just have a quick question as we're answering all of these questions and looking at the progress so far, recognizing this is a progress report update, or progress updated report, I should say. And just recognizing the tremendous work that's gone into this process improvement so far. When can council expect the next update as we're sort of moving along this journey? Maybe city manager.
Yeah, so the next planned update, I think as part of the approval framework, council asked us to report back twice a year. So the next update would be in December of this year. Of course, if there's any regulatory changes that we need to advance, we would come to council for those changes as and when they're prepared and ready for decision.
Okay, so while this is transformational change, we're going to get updates by every sort of 6 months, so to speak, until we sort of reach our goal. Yeah, okay, great. I just wanted to understand that from a process perspective, so I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. And now we'll move back to the queue for second round of questions. So Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I just want to, circling back to the fact that this is sort of evolving, we'll be getting regular updates. I'm curious, in the report, it references the change and that we've already made these decisions around the threshold that triggers, for example, energy updates, sprinkler updates of $250,000. Given that's $250,000 in renovations in today, in 2024, what's our strategy for monitoring these regulatory changes so that we are keeping up? Because in 5 years' time, that threshold might look very different or might need to be changed because of costs of labor, goods, so on, materials. Could you just comment on that? And I hearken back to a time when we had a policy framework in place for 10 years and around building depth around secondary suites. And it was, staff came to us and said, you know, we've now monitored this and found there's some issues around quality of life. We need to change it. But it hadn't been looked at for 10 years. So what's our way of, as a council, monitoring and also as staff so that we can basically be nimble and adapt to changing circumstances in the environment? And
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think there's two things there. One is the threshold dollar value. If we look at the sprinklers, for example, that was $95,000. I think it was established over 20 years ago. We're being very deliberate around aligning everything around $250,000 so that we can then peg that to CPI or inflation and increase it annually so that we don't have to go through this administrative exercise every 10 years of trying to update these things. And then your question around the sort of intent of the regulations and the outcome, those are things that we are going to regularly monitor. We are, through the inspections team, feedback from industry, and just a general understanding of what these changes are doing in terms of outcomes. But when we made these changes, we were pretty deliberate about investigating the number of upgrades, for example, versus the number of permits impacted, and did a deep dive analysis to come up with the recommendation.
okay, no, that's fantastic. And I appreciating the substantive work that's been done. So it sounds like we have a pretty intentional approach to monitoring as we go forward. My other question's around business licensing. So I don't know if Corey wants to, no, sorry. I'm curious, appreciate, this was an area we heard a lot about last term, and so I see the shifts here around the timing. Can you comment on, with our business licenses, are they up for automatic renewal every year? How does that work? And can you just speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Our licenses are from a January 1st to December 31st period. We renew all of, or send all of those licenses out for renewal on an automatic basis. Clients can pay online and print from home, so long as there are no significant changes, no type changes or address changes. It's about 60,000 that get sent every year for renewal processing.
And have we found that to be effective? Is there the uptick in terms of, because I'd heard that previously, is that from other jurisdictions as well, and that has been.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an 87% online renewal rate for those that just turn over every year. And then for new applications, anywhere from 5 to 10,000 applications in a year, with 80% of those paying online now as well.
Okay, great. And then just one more question on the business licensing. For some businesses, there's an intersect with having to deal with Vancouver Coastal Health, particularly if it involves their sort of wellness services or food services. Has there been, have you had any feedback around how that's working in terms of coordinating between the city and BCH in some instances, in terms of getting those business licenses and checking the boxes to be able to open?
Yeah, I think because of the nature that how business operates, they come to us in all sorts of different fashions. Some from a permitting streamline, some get coastal health before they even come to us for the application. So we have a one-to-one connection with Vancouver Coastal Health behind the scenes to ensure that we're getting them all the applications that come into us as soon as we process them. And if they happen to see something before we've received it and sent it to them, they've already provided the approvals for us so that we can streamline everything and get them out as quickly as possible. Where clients may have challenges in terms of scheduling, we'll try to connect with Vancouver Coastal Health to help move that forward as quickly as we can for them.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. The city manager kicked us off by really describing the level of complexity involved in some of the work that's been going on, including updated regulatory regime, adding new technologies, skills training for our staff, and then the integration of tech services and engineering. But I also know that it's a two-way street. Anything that involves this involves the applicant and it involves staff. So I'm just kind of curious, what are the things that we're doing to try and help applicants to better understand the way of kind of moving forward, maybe kind of because they take responsibility for the delays on their end as well, that ultimately that show up in our completion times.
Yeah, so I think there's three major components to that. One, and we've started doing it, is to simplify, streamline our regulatory framework. We've got hundreds of documents that sort of lay out our regulations. There's a citywide effort to simplify that. Number two is making those regulations easier to understand and more accessible in terms of the technology piece. And then number three is being more transparent with applicants in terms of how we're processing permits, which review groups need to look at and review a permit, and the various conditions that come out as part of that. For example, we've gone through that major permit condition simplification exercise to streamline the number of those conditions. And we'll continue to make technologies available. For example, with business licensing, applicants can see where their application sits in the queue and who it's with today, so they have full understanding of what's happening with their application.
I'm just looking at the slide that you presented with the multi-family and mid-rise targets of the 19 months that are currently projected. 16 of those are driven by staff. Can you explain the disparity between the staff and the applicant in terms of timing?
Yeah, so as Corey mentioned on that specific target, and Councillor Joe alluded to it as well, parsing out city time versus applicant time because of system limitations has been quite a challenge. We have addressed those system limitations, but it will take about 19 months before those permits work their way through the system. But with that change, we are going to be able to very clearly and accurately parse out what's city time and what's applicant time.
Has anybody asked how long the digitizing of the building bylaw, what the projected timeline for completion of that is?
I don't think we have a timeline today. I know it's quite complicated work. And I think we're at the very leading edge in terms of doing that work. So there's not many other jurisdictions that we can point to that have already gone through that journey to be able to baseline how long it'll take.
To make the big change over time is not only the integration of new systems, but it's also partly cultural within the department itself. Can you speak to some of the work that you've been doing with your teams to try and kind of drive the message that quicker times are kind of key goal here?
Yeah. You want to address it?
Thank you for the question. All of our teams have been highly involved in the process along the way. So every time we've implemented any kind of new technology, we've relied on the team to help us verify it and review it, and ongoing work with them in that regard.
Any more examples of the kind of discussions, lessons that are being kind of conveyed in trying to make these improvements?
Yeah, I think that the team is very aware of the targets and what we're trying to reach, and we have ongoing conversations with the team on a regular basis. We have a newsletter that we put out quarterly that discusses all of the progress that we've made towards these targets and the new technology coming. We also share that in all staff meetings and then meetings within the permitting stream as well.
Okay. I'll just reiterate once again just how grateful I am for all the work that's happening across all of the teams on this one. Thanks very
Councillor,
much.
if I might just really quickly address one additional aspect of your question, which is really important, and that we have received a lot of questions from staff over time about potential for job loss as we do implement new technologies and things like AI. And I think we're continuing to be clear that that's not what's going to happen here. Obviously, we continue to struggle to get qualified staff to do this work. There is a ton of work to do. Really what we're doing is leveraging technology to do the simple work that is a machine is best place to do, and so that we can have our talented, qualified staff focusing on complex work. But that's an ongoing message that we're certainly having discussions with staff, with our unions, about what this means for our workforce. So that is another element of this that is an ongoing topic of discussion.
And I appreciate that comment. The informed view from what my understanding of these new technology and AI is it will not lead directly to job loss, but efficiencies and
Councillor
perhaps
Grassman,
other
pause
opportunities.
you there,
Thank you.
sorry. Yeah, you're way over time. Councillor Fry.
Well, and this is perhaps a good segue from going from that AI-driven kind of information technology to the human touch. We definitely hear from a lot of folks that they lament the ability to have that. We've talked about having a concierge approach to various different kind of permitting and licensing and that kind of thing. How is the human touch integrated into this process as far as when folks are ready and they've gone through the various kind of plan checking tools and they're ready with their, does it then, are they assigned a person? Is there a connection with a human? One of our human staff. I should phrase that better.
Yes. Thank you for the question. Yes, so once they've gone through the digital piece, then it gets assigned to one of our project coordinators who will then work with the applicant to progress their application.
And will they hold that file? The concierge approach that we've talked about before, and I know that in the past we've heard people frustrated with different hands on different, like, you got to get a sewer permit from a different building altogether and get all those pieces. Is this a...
Yes, we have shifted with ePlan into our digital platforms to have one individual that will manage that project and then coordinate with other departments as needed.
Okay. And so you mentioned ePlan. So we have eComply, ePlan, eCheck, PRET. These are all great tools and stuff, but are they operating independently of each other? Or are they all kind of centralized in one database that as regulations change and they can integrate within?
So I can speak, we are, so for low-density housing, as we're implementing these tools, and once all of the low-density housing streams are implemented, then we'll be creating one portal in which the customer can go to for all of those applications.
So as we were contemplating, I guess tomorrow, home-based business licensing, and how would that, I'm assuming, so I want to do a home-based business, I would go through eCheck, presumably.
So it's really seamless to the customer as to what they're going into. Basically, it's a portal created on our website that says if you would like to apply for a business, they would go that stream, and then if you're looking for low-density housing stream, they can go that avenue, and it just guides them through the process. So the technology that we're using in the background isn't really prevalent to the customer. It's just a seamless journey from end to end.
So they are integrated then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, great, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just want to finish this point, and it was touched on earlier, and Councillor Fry did too, but it's this notion, and I think these questions are all tying together around the benefit of the human expertise and how quickly if somebody can get someone on the phone, the staff knowledge can really help. So I just want to be very clear and follow up because we didn't quite get to finish that answer around, you mentioned during COVID that the phone process had been eliminated. Now we have 311. Is there an opportunity or is this contemplated to look at that process and how that could be modernized to complement the work, particularly as we're going through a technology transition, which will probably inevitably create questions for users as they're new and they're also getting used to different systems?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So just to clarify, during COVID, we did eliminate our phone center, but then we did elaborate training with 311 so they could answer the easy questions. The phone center was run by our inquiry center officers who also review plans. So we reallocated those resources so they could be looking at plans instead of just answering day-to-day questions. They do have the ability, though, to pick up the phone if 311 transfers to them. Currently, our services center is partly occupied by finance while they're under renovation. Once finance moves to their new space, then we're going to be evaluating the services center and how we can go to a more customer-centric model where people can book appointments online, drop in, and speak to someone right away or call.
So there's that could be coming. And I
There's
wanted
a
to ask you
future.
about that because, to Councillor Fry's point, we hear about that. I get asked that question a lot. And I really want to understand if we can say that's something that we're looking at as part of
It is, yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And seeing no one on the queue, Chair, I'm happy to move the recommendations and speak to them.
Okay, thank you very much. And seconded by Councillor Zhou. Oh, yes. Well, very good. Okay, let me just clarify the process. We had 4 reports. 2
Can we
were
stop
passed
my
on.
clock, please?
Can I just finish what I'm, just to clarify? Sorry?
I'm just asking if we can stop my clock while you do that.
We're not on, that's question queue. It's not relevant anymore, that clock. So we had 4 reports. We passed 2 on consent. This presentation was for A and B. B has recommendations, but A is received for information. So with that, Councillor Kirby-Young, can you clarify what you're moving?
Yeah, I'm moving the recommendations in the report as stated, and one is, as you said. I'm just moving them
So
exactly
we're
as they're
moving
listed in
one
A and B.
A and 1B together?
Correct.
Okay. So you're on the queue. The motion has been moved, seconded by Councillor Zhou, and please feel free to make any comments.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to say I'm hugely excited to see this work. I really appreciate it. I think you can judge, staff can judge by the level of questions coming from council how important this work is. I think that our city manager said it off the bat that it is incredibly complex. It's also incredibly significant piece of work, and probably the one thing that we can do really within the power of the city to fundamentally expedite housing and clear some of the backlogs. So it's pretty exciting to see home renovation permit drivers and some of the initiatives that are underway in terms of the elimination or sprinkler permits in 24 hours, laneway home permits are, the time has gone down, detached home permits, the time has gone down. Easier for multiplex, we're getting our first ones out the door of those 170 applications, working to really digitize and streamline. It's mind-boggling when you think about 1,200 development permit conditions that have now been, I think it was about 2/3 of those, the round numbers you said, that have now been either eliminated or simplified. So it gives you a sense of the magnitude of the iceberg, I think, as one of our staff said. So I think my appreciation on this report, and sort of keep up the good work. It is great to see the metrics, and I think you've heard some suggestions from council about how to perhaps include some additional pieces in the dashboard to make it sort of more of a clear glance in one place, that council can kind of look at it as a high-level summary. That would be really helpful, I think, for us and the public. But in addition to the quantitative, what really resonates as well with me is the comments that we hear from the real-life people that are using the system. And so looking at some of those comments, so far, the Sprinkler Fast Track program has been a positive addition to the sprinkler permitting system that was made. How other folks are now updating, streamlining their processes so they can streamline the time on their end. That's pretty exciting to see, particularly on tenant improvement projects. We know the majority of folks are renters in the city and are going to be. So the ability to speed that up and the impact that has on, not just in getting those renovations done, but on real people's real lives of having to live with that stuff and live in limbo while those processes are happening is pretty significant. So I just wanted to say thank you, appreciate the work, and looking forward to the regular updates that we get back. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And echoing the thanks and gratitude to staff for the work in this space. I recall in the first term, when the very first presentations we had from staff around the regulatory framework, around permitting and licensing, and some of the feedback that they shared from our annual surveys of residents and businesses. And this was one of the areas that was identified as a bit of a pain point for the public. Again, whether you were a homeowner wanting to do a minor renovation or a major renovation, to mid-sized to larger builders, and as well as on the licensing side to individuals wanting to open up a small business. And so I think we've come a really long way, and that shows in the data that was presented today, and also acknowledging that, as the city managers noted, that there's still more work to be done. But this is, like, I think what needs to be recognized is there have been significant strides, both from last term, but also since this new term started in 2022. And so just acknowledging that. And I think there is a nuance to this conversation around, I think Corey sort of articulated is that public doesn't really care what's on the back end, the technology that's being used. What they want is some certainty. They want to have a seamless experience. They want to know, what are the boxes I need to check? What do I need to do to get from point A to point B? How you accomplish that, whether it's the use of AI technology in the background or it's dealing with, as my colleagues noted, one of our human staff, that I think what they want to do is just be able to understand, how do I navigate and get my project undertaken and completed. I do think there is still enormous benefit from those human touch points, which is why I was asking about that experience of, okay, I've got a question, I want to troubleshoot it, I don't want to do 15, 20 emails back and forth. And so the fact that we are working that through 311, I think is great, as long as it is working and people are getting that sort of troubleshooting piece. But I think bringing it back to the bigger picture is, why are we trying to make all these changes and drive these changes, is because it enables us to deliver more housing more quickly. And again, and it's not just about business. We've talked about business licensing. It's also about businesses. We know that the backbone of any city and community is actually the small business. And so making that more seamless and faster is also to the benefit of our communities. And so simply just say, I'm incredibly appreciative of the work that's been undertaken today, and look forward to seeing more in the future in the regular updates and monitoring and how it's working, and look forward to staff identifying if there are red flags or things that aren't working, that you'll come back to us with creative solutions on how to address those, but also celebrate our success in this work as well. So thank you, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I also would like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to our incredible team who have worked tirelessly on improving the wait time for permit. Your dedication and hard work have brought the significant progress in our permitting processes. As seen from this report, over the past year, we have seen remarkable improvements across the board. This advancement is a testament to your commitment to making our permitting system more efficient and responsive to the need of our community, especially under the housing crisis right now. Your efforts have not only expedited the process, but also set a very strong foundation for future improvements. I also want to highlight that these improvements are not just about efficiency for efficiency's sake. It's about addressing one of the most pressing issues facing in our city today, the housing crisis, the severe shortage of housing, affordable housing especially. The crisis affects everyone, from young families trying to buy their first home to seniors looking for accessible housing options. It is our responsibility to do everything we can to build more homes faster, which is the goal we are trying to achieve at the end. By expediting our permitting process and removing unnecessary barriers, we can accelerate construction of much needed housing. This will not only provide homes for those in need, but also help to create more inclusive and diverse communities. As we celebrate this success, it is crucial to acknowledge that there are still challenges we need to address to fully meet our goals of 3331. I understand the incredible complexity of the process here, but I think as we move forward, I hope we can continue to build on the progress we have made and further enhance our permitting system and process improvement of opportunities, deliver more housing faster, and support the growth and the development of our city. So, I really want to deeply appreciative all the outstanding work done by our staff. And your efforts have brought us closer to our goals. And I'm confident that with your continued dedication, we will overcome the remaining challenges, keep up with the great works, and together we can make a Vancouver that is more efficient, equitable, and thriving. So with that, I'm going to fully support this report and also fully committed to our 3331 policy. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, in receiving this report, reading through it, and hearing the answers to our questions, it really reminds me of a story that impacted me a lot as I was thinking about how government should function. And it's a story about a children's hospital in Toronto that had just horrible lineups in ER. And a new CEO was brought in, and he said, I want everybody who walks through that door, every case, to be assessed within 3 minutes. And they said, that's impossible. It's impossible. And he goes, no, I want you to do it. And they found ways to do it. So I kind of look at getting a sprinkler permit within 24 hours, kind of like that, that you're looking at ways in which you can deliver the process of assessing, of permitting a building that much faster by making changes that don't compromise the health of people, so public security, the public good, or environmental good. And, that's sort of a winning track that you're on. I really appreciate it. I know there's a lot more work to be done, but thank you all for that work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair, and thanks to staff for all of your hard work and also answering all of our questions this morning. Obviously, there's high interest in this initiative, working towards our 3331 permitting targets. I am pleased to see the progress that's been made on reducing the permit wait times for smaller projects, and I look forward to the progress in the next year on speeding up the permitting issuance for larger projects. But I just wanted to highlight some highlights that I heard so far here today, that over 60% of permits are now qualifying for the fast track processing stream. I think that's fantastic to hear. The streamlining and eliminating of many development permit conditions. I heard many of those went from 40 to 1, for example, so that's great. 50% reduction in business licensing wait times and a move to digital services. Really glad to hear that for small businesses across Vancouver. And on those larger projects that I mentioned, I'm glad to hear that we're expecting some positive impact as a result of the regulatory changes that we've seen coming from the province. So the TOA, transit-oriented areas development legislation from the province will allow us to speed up the approval and permitting of larger projects, including pre-zoning. That's been enabled by some of the provincial changes. Also tomorrow, we have a review of the citywide design guidelines, and I know a lot of that work will also help improve timelines for these larger projects. And it's really about delivering housing faster. So we want to get out of the way. We don't want the city to be an impediment to the delivery of housing, and that's what this work is all about, is speeding up those permits and ensuring that we can build more housing and make a positive impact on the housing affordability crisis here in Vancouver. And that includes getting more housing online faster. So just in conclusion, really appreciate all the work and progress so far, and looking forward to hearing more on how we speed up those larger projects. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner. Sorry, Councillor Klassen.
No worries. Thank you very much, Chair. And I just wanted to give a final reflection to our team here in the chamber, and also all the staff that report to you that have been doing this work. We've asked for change in terms of how we do this fundamental work for our city. As the city manager stated at the very beginning, the permitting process is absolutely core to what we do as a city. And I realize that the adoption of new tools, some new rigor and change around regulations requires learning, skills training, and as well a leap of faith that the tools that they are adopting are going to do the job that's asked of them and not make them redundant as well. There is a huge opportunity here, I think, that before us, and I just want to thank all of the city staff that have been involved and engaged in this process, because I know that it requires new
Sorry, we just lost your mic for some reason there, Councillor Klassen.
what happened there. And I just, again, it's a reflection to thank our city staff for taking on these challenges, working creatively and responding to the housing crisis, and as well to major changes in the adaptation of technology and what we do. Again, I think these are all things that are going to make a huge difference, and it's their work and their dedication to this that are going to make a huge difference for the city in the permitting process that is so critical to what we do here. So I just, again, it's my way of just thanking all of you and your teams for the work that's going on to make this big change. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. So we will now move to a vote in just to be very clear, 1A does not have any recommendations, so we will simply be voting on 1B. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much to our staff team for the work and for answering the questions. So we actually do have our staff members here for the following report. I understand there's a presentation, and yet it was on the consent agenda and held by Councillor Dominato for questions. So Councillor Dominato, I'll ask you just to go on the, there you go. Please let us know what you'd like us to do.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to waive the presentation. I just have a couple of quick questions and happy to make that motion.
Okay, great. We just,
We just need to get the staff team in for this one, Chair, if you give us a second.
sorry, I thought they were here. Oh, here they come. Yep, great, perfect. Welcome, hello. Hi, so, okay, we are now officially then moving on. Thank you very much for the clarification, Councillor Dominato. So we are moving to report 3 that was held for questions. We're going to waive the presentation. This is report 3, equity lens review of city bylaws. And before we move on, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, we do have Councillor Dominato on the queue to ask questions, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for being here. I just have a couple of questions that, with respect to bylaw, it came up a number of times last term, and it was bylaw 3575, specifically the issue that was identified that more than 5 people who are not members of the same family could not cohabitate. You may recall this came up quite a few times in the context of housing and co-housing, collective living. And I'm curious if, one, has that bylaw been amended since, I just don't recall from last term, and if not, is it part of this equity lens review? Could you comment on that?
Well, we'll just have you come up onto the podium if that's okay. Thank you very much. The microphone is on, ready for you there.
Yes, this is part of our review. We have also heard from our civic advisory committees about it. The bylaw has not been amended yet. It's quite complex. There are knock-on effects for our fire bylaws and how we regulate building. And so we have identified resources to do some project scoping on that work, and that is underway. So the scoping has been initiated, but the amendments are still to be developed.
Okay, because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in practice, it's probably happening in our city, sort of the collective living, but we're not really enforcing that bylaw in an active way. It's sort of an outdated bylaw. There's quite a lot of history around it, but that'll be part of our work plan.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then I have one more question, and another unusual one, I suspect old, bylaw 4450. I learned about this in the research we were doing around cold plunges and saunas, and I'll give you the context. It's around steam baths. And apparently it's articulated that no person owning, keeping, maintaining, or operating any steam bath shall allow persons of the opposite sex to occupy the same room or adjoining rooms with an interconnecting door. I'm curious, again, in the interest of the work you're doing, is that something that will be looked at as well? Or and if it's not on your radar now, it will be on your radar as a possible?
Yeah, we do have a kind of larger category or recommendation around archaic bylaws we don't enforce. That is one example. We have other ones like, you have to have a Union Jack at the front of every parade. These are bylaws that we don't enforce. These are bylaws that we know are silly to enforce. So yes, we can look at that if that work is going forward. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I know it's so unusual, but I think again, it's just that the world's changed a lot since some of these were put in place.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thanks very much. Before we move to Councillor
Happy to
Brand,
move
just
it.
looking
Oh,
for
sorry.
a motion to extend past lunch to finish this item. Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Montague with the peace sign. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, great. Thanks very much. Oh, we've got one opposition, so we need to do a recorded vote. No, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. So we'll do a recorded vote. Okay. So we'll go ahead to a recorded vote, please, clerks. Recorded vote on, yeah, thanks. Councillor Meisner, just voting on extending or not? Great, thanks very much. So that motion passes with Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition. Hopefully, we may not need to go over too far anyways, but Councillor Fry.
Great, thank you. Recommendation B, talking about the pilot for future bylaw reviews. How's that going to work? Is that actually going to be bylaws will be thrown by the equity office, or are you providing a toolkit to all departments to kind of check against?
Yes, thank you for the question. Susanna Tam, Chief Equity Officer. At this point, departments have different capacity in terms of doing equity reviews, so we are happy and ready to support departments as they look at some of these recommendations that we've identified. And the intention is for us to help build capacity within those departments, like start helping departments whatever they need, whether it's a checklist or a toolkit or an approach or a set of criteria. We're going to help develop them tailored for that particular department. And over time, hopefully, the intention is if we share some of these strategies and tools that we can build a more sort of structured approach to applying an equity lens to all bylaw development. We're calling it a pilot because we don't know yet what each department is going to need and how we might support them. But the intention is to build capacity within that department and then eventually within the organization as a whole.
Okay, that is helpful. Priority work recommendation 5, improving access to washrooms. What's that going to look like? I mean, what we hear on the washroom file is oftentimes that we're looking to senior governments for the support to finance that. Is there where do you see this priority work happening as far as within the city's financial envelope, let's say?
Totally. Aaron Lau, equity consultant. So as far as this review goes, we are only talking about bylaws. And so we know that our colleagues in ACCS are working on a broader washroom strategy, which will include some of these questions that you're mentioning. This report identifies some things that may be a part of that report for consideration that are based in bylaw. For example, can we make sure that our Vancouver building bylaw ensures that there are universal bathrooms in every building so that people of all genders, for example, or all abilities can have access to washrooms in Vancouver buildings? That's one of the examples. As you say, most of the actions the city can take on bathrooms is more around, say, investment as opposed to regulation through bylaws.
Lastly, then, and I appreciate that. Have you worked with our various relevant advisory committees in advance of this recommendation? So PDAC and Reese.
Yeah, so we, as part of this process, as part of developing these recommendations, we put a call out to any advisory committee that was interested in speaking to us. I don't think we received specific input from PDAC on this particular item. I would imagine that as part of ACCS's work on the bathroom strategy, they will be involved in
Well, I
that way
meant
potentially.
more broadly, but
Oh yes, well then the short answer is yes.
okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of quick questions. So, Susanna, other than this Union Jack flag things, are there any other examples you can talk about? So I just want people to understand what we're talking about here in terms of the bylaw. Give some concrete examples, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the Union Jack is the one that sticks out in my mind the most in terms of archaic bylaws. I don't know, Aaron, if you have any other examples in your pocket.
I mean, a lot of the bylaw amendments that we're talking about are part of staff's regular work. So for example, we know that through Vancouver plan implementation, we're developing an ODP, we're changing our zoning. That's an example of a bylaw that can change in order for us to provide, say, more social and rental housing for people. We can look at, for example, things like the encroachment bylaw. That's a bylaw that says, you shouldn't build private, structures on top of city property, like a sidewalk. But can we, for example, introduce discretion to that so that if you need a wheelchair ramp, you're allowed to build over a sidewalk. We can look at our building bylaw, for example. We know that our team members over in DBL are looking at aligning the building bylaw with the province to make sure that there's cooler living spaces, to make sure that, like I mentioned, universal bathrooms. There are some items such as like defining what's allowed and not allowed. We have definitions, for example, for offensive odor, which if it's very widely kind of defined, it could have a negative impact on some groups. So these are just a few quick examples of some bylaws that we can look at further for equity.
Okay, thank you. And remember, we have almost 10,000 bylaws in the history of Vancouver. So within those, I know you haven't done all the review for all the bylaws. That's impossible to do. But, have you seen any, like discrimination against certain racialized group?
As far as our review has seen, there's been no specific identification of a particular racialized group. Obviously, there are bylaws that can have unintended impacts for certain groups, but they're not explicitly named in our bylaws.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, thank you. Last question is, if you look at the original motion, there are two parts. One is for the historical bylaw, one is for the future bylaw using the equity lens review. From the report, I think it seems like there's the future work is not resourced because of the capacity building within the department. So what is our plan in terms of evaluating the resource needs to do those kind of work? Yeah.
Yeah, the resources, the way we see it is, yes, we've done the retrospective review of the bylaws that we've looked
Right.
at, and prospectively, in terms of future conceiving and amending of bylaws, the intention is for us to be the resource to support the departments as they build out their own capacity and building out their own resources to do an equity lens. The intention, of course, with the equity framework is for, we all to have a capacity and competency to apply an equity lens to the work, so that's our intention. I don't know if there's any additional resourcing. We are supporting departments, and so I think departments, as they get to the scoping part of the work, will identify any resource needs at that time, I would expect.
Okay, thank you, Susanna. So I saw Councilor Carson in the queue. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. I've been approached by Indigenous peoples around some of the bylaws inhibiting them from cultural practices. So are we looking at, for example, smoking bylaws, but exemptions for smudging?
Yes, that would be included under one of the recommendations around Indigenous cultural practice. I think for the most part, we are not seeing a lot of cases where it's been a restriction in terms of our bylaws. But we have included it as a long-term item to review, broadly our bylaws to make sure that's not the case.
Right, thank you. And I just have one other one, also brought to me by an Indigenous family around the noise bylaw. And the father being a ceremonial drummer and teaching his son around drumming and complaints around the noise of the drumming. So is that another thing that you would be looking at, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, we talk to our staff in DBL, and I think that is on their radar as they review the noise bylaw as part of their work.
That's great. Thank you. Over to you, Lenny.
Great.
Second.
Okay, I had heard Councillor Kirby-Young second. So any discussion? Councillor Show.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Chief Equity Officer, Susan Tan, and also Aaron Law, and your dedicated staff who have worked diligently on this comprehensive report. This report is a significant step forward in our ongoing commitment to ensuring that equity is at forefront of our municipal decisions and actions. I think as many of you may recall, in February 2023, I put forward this motion calling for equity lens review for our city's bylaw. The goal was to identify and address any potential inequities embedded within our legislative framework in the history of our city. The initial timeline of the report back was Q3 last year, but with the change in the leadership, the report back has been delayed for nearly a year, which is completely understandable. But today I'm so excited to see this initiative presented before us. So I want to highlight this report is just a beginning. It's a crucial foundation by identifying areas where our bylaws may inadvertently create or perpetuate inequities. These recommendations highlighted 9 priorities areas where work is already underway, initiated, or planned, focusing on the critical issues such as housing, social housing, livable conditions for tenants, improving access to washrooms, supporting cultural districts through zoning, and also addressing the impacts of unsheltered homelessness. These are very substantial steps that demonstrate our commitment to equity. However, we must recognize there's still much more work to be done. This report outlines long-term recommendations that require further analysis and resource. And these recommendations are not currently resourced, but they provide a roadmap for future works programs to ensure that we continue to embed equity into our legislative framework. So, in supporting this implementation of these recommendations, so we can provide ongoing equity impact consultations and developing tailored approach within our different departments, so we can ensure that equity considerations become an integral part of our bylaw development and amendment process. So I hope to see more report back in the future, especially more examples and the concrete actions we will be taking. So yeah, I fully support this report and also the recommendations. It makes a significant milestone in our journey towards a more equitable city. I hope my fellow councillors to endorse this report as well, and working together to commit ongoing work required to realize the vision of our city, where those marginalized are systematically prioritized for care and community and opportunities. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zhou. And so seeing no others on the queue, we can move ourselves to a vote on these recommendations. And the report passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much to our staff team. And just to clarify, so we are going to break now for lunch. We're moving into in-camera at 1 o'clock, and then we'll be back at 3 o'clock, and we'll lead with report number 2 on accessibility. And thanks very much.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Can you hear me, David? Let me know if you can hear me okay, David. Hi, David. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, great, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, so we will be reconvening our council meeting. Welcome back. And we are starting with our report, our agenda, report 2, update on accessibility strategy and multi-year action plan implementation. So before we get started, I'll just ask council to consider that a motion to suspend the rules for section 7.5A of the procedure bylaw doubles the speaking time 6 minutes instead of 3 for those speakers who may need extra time. This accommodation, of course, is recommended for report 2 only as speakers may require an ASL interpreter or other accommodation to address council. The motion would require 2/3 affirmative vote of those that are present and is not debatable as per section 5.5 of the procedure bylaw. So I hear a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. That motion carries. I'd also like to note that we currently have 2 registered sign language interpreters in the council chambers and closed captioning for those viewing online. The link to the closed captioning will be posted on X at Van City Clerk and also available on our meeting agenda webpage. Before we start, I'd just like to ask, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, I will hand it over to staff as this item does have a presentation and we do have team members here to present. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I'm delighted to be here with you today and bring this report and update on the accessibility strategy. My name is Carla Suarez. I'm the Senior Planner for this portfolio with a social policy. The work that we bring to you today has involved the commitment, care, and contributions of many people. In particular, I want to express my deep gratitude to the members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the internal working group, and community members who have championed this work in more ways than I can ever count. Today, I'm joined with colleagues from senior social policy senior leadership and some colleagues from our internal working group who may answer some questions as they arise. As you will hear today, the city has taken a proactive steps in creating a city that's accessible to all. In doing so, we have strived to embed the nothing about us without us principle throughout the planning and development of a city strategy and multi-year action plan. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Karen Lay, who is the city's accessibility planner, and we will be delighted to answer any of your questions afterwards.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, distinguished guests, colleagues, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to present Transforming Attitudes, Embedding Change, an update on the accessibility strategy and the multi-year action plan. As Carla mentioned, my name is Karen Lai. I go by she, her pronouns, and I'm the accessibility planner from the Social Policy Division of the Arts, Culture, Community Services Department. There were many hands that have helped bring this work here today. So it's definitely been a collaborative piece of work from the staff team, the Accessibility Task Force, the Accessibility Committee, the Internal Working Group, and the community at large. So we are grateful and thank you to all. I would like to center ourselves. I would like to acknowledge that we do our work on the traditional lands of the Musqueam, Lewis, Deeds, and Squamish Nations. This serves as a continual reminder to work on my efforts to decolonize colonial practices and to change how we do things. This is a bit of an overview of what I'll be presenting on, giving you some background, sharing some summary of the broader community engagement, go over the multi-year action plan, some elements of the annual reporting, then finish off with some elements that will do to embed the culture of vulnerability, finishing off with 2 council recommendations for approval within this report. Imagine if you want to participate in community engagement about the Broadway plan and you are unable to participate because there's no sign language interpreter. Imagine if you're using an accessible washroom and you are unable to wash your hands because you are too sensitive to the fragrance of the soap they provide. Imagine if you enter a community center and you can't find the reception area because the signage is too confusing. This is the need for the transforming attitudes embedding change. The City of Vancouver's accessibility strategy. This strategy provides a foundation for the city to remove barriers, to build inclusive communities and accessible environment. Accessibility is a learning journey and always a work in progress. Accessibility is broad and complex. As approved in Phase 1, we define persons with disabilities as people who experience physical, mental health, cognitive, communication, intellectual, sensory, or age-related impairments, inclusive of seniors and people with lived experience of mental health challenges or substance use-related disabilities. Globally, persons with disabilities are considered the world's largest minority, making up an estimated 650 million people. As of 2022, the City of Vancouver, 25% of persons aged 15 and over live with a disability, is a 5% increase from 2017. This is a bit of background of how we got here today. As you know, the work of accessibility started with a council motion back in 2018 with a convening of a accessibility task force. In July of 2022, Council approved of Phase 1, Transforming Attitudes, Embedding Change, the City of Vancouver's accessibility strategy, and directed staff to proceed with Phase 2. In 2021, the provincial government put out the Accessible PC Act. Then later in 2022, broader engagements were held to verify phase one, along with meeting the requirements of the BC Act. And then in the beginning of this year, we worked with staff to develop the multi-year action plan. And then it brought us here today, presenting an update on the strategy along with the multi-year action plan. As you are quite aware, the provincial government passed through Accessible BC Act and it laid out a requirements for prescribed organizations, and municipalities are included in that. It asks us to develop an accessibility plan. We created an accessibility committee and we continue to meet to today. And we have developed a public feedback mechanism last September, and we continue to receive feedback from the community. Following the approval of phase one, Council directed staff to fulfill phase two, which included broader engagements. The purpose of these were to verify what was said in phase one, whether it accurately reflected the disabled community, and if anything was missing from phase one. Thus, the city hosted 3 in-person engagements, along with an online survey through Shape Your City, and was opened for the month of June of 2023. All of the engagement results were heard and was coded and was analyzed. Much like phase one, a What We've Heard report is in development, and a copy of the executive summary is attached to your council report today. In August of 2023, staff reconvened an internal working group consisting of 38 staff across 10 different departments and 19 divisions of the city. The internal working group was tasked to develop the multi-year action plan with the accessibility strategy. The first 8 key focus areas was approved by council when staff brought phase one in July of 2022. The 9th focus area was identified by the broader engagement, and I will be discussing this on the next slide. With the approval of phase one, the high-level actions within each focus area were also approved. These actions are expanded in the multi-year action plan. But first, to remind you, the 8 key areas are built environment, transportation, housing, communications, employment, governance and engagement, capacity and collaboration, advocacy, and working with other levels of government. And then the new proposed area of focus is the 9th area, emergency management and climate change. Following the broader engagements last June, it was identified that emergency management and climate change are issues important to the disabled population. Staff heard from the disabled population that they were concerned about their accessibility in different extreme weather situations, evacuation, or other basic emergency planning. The goal of this focus area is to apply an accessibility lens to all aspects of emergency and disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. As mentioned, the internal working group was instrumental in development of the multi-year action plan. The multi-year action plan consists of 106 actions across the 9 different focus areas. In total, 35 actions were completed, 44 are in progress, and 27 actions have been identified in future considerations. On this table in front of you, it summarizes the actions in progress, completed, and the future consideration, totaling about 106 actions across the 9 different focus areas. We want to congratulate the work that the city has been doing to increase accessibility. And some of the work completed to date are reviewed building bylaws, standards of maintenance bylaw to make sure that housing operators have plans and tools to repair broken elevators, updated the accessible parking requirements, updated the zoning and development bylaw to result in more ground floor units with no entry stairs and allow for units on single level, added accessibility consideration to standardized communications templates, and created disability awareness training for staff. At the same time, there is so much work that needs to be done to continue the work of accessibility. Some of the work is implementing Wisconsin accessibility standards where feasible for the remainder of city-owned buildings, improve navigation methods through citywide programs and pedestrian upgrades, reduce accessibility barriers on sidewalks and pathways, explore changes to the city building bylaw to improve accessibility and existing regulation and policy with the upcoming changes to the BC Building Code to advance accessibility, and create plain language materials to provide options that consider accessibility barriers in communications and engagement activities. To do the work of accessibility well, the city needs to be open, transparent, and accountable to the disability community. To do this, Staff will provide quarterly updates to the Accessibility Committee and City Leadership Team. Provide annual report to Council about the progress of the implementation. As required by the provincial government, provide a 3-year progress report. And then every 5 years, we'll review outcomes, impacts, and the effectiveness of this strategy. As adopted in phase 1, a culture of vulnerability needs to be embedded as these actions are implemented. A culture of vulnerability encourages us to meet others with a sense of wonder and curiosity. Challenges us to check our own biases and assumptions. To do this, we will be developing a community of practice which will be an evolution of the internal working group as we implement the actions. The community of practice will represent departments to meet regularly to share best practices, key learnings when doing accessibility, and to report on progress of the actions. Second, we will be developing a public partners table which will include representatives from outside agencies such as TransLink and Vancouver School Board to advance accessibility across multiple jurisdictions. This was heard loudly by the engagement sessions that were done by the disabled communities as they mentioned their experiences with several amenities with us outside the city jurisdiction. Lastly, to help departments implement their actions, staff wants to create an internal knowledge hub on the website to share resources, best practices, funding opportunities, and other key elements that will support each other. Therefore, we are putting forth 2 recommendations to this council report. A, that council receives this report as an update on the transforming additive embedding change, the City of Vancouver's accessibility strategy, along with its multi-year action plan. And B, that council approve of this new addition of this new focus area to the accessibility strategy, emergency management and climate change. By implementing this accessibility strategy and multi-year action plan, we hope that this is a foundational step that will drive change. To advance this change, City can rely on existing resources as well as additional funding. Transforming attitudes, embedding change, the City of Vancouver's accessibility strategy asks us to do things differently, to think differently, to be vulnerable. It asks us to be curious, dismantle our own stereotypes and assumptions so that we can connect with each other, build relationships, and have opportunities where we can learn from one another. It is a call to action to put people with disabilities at the forefront so that they can feel and are valued, respected, and openly welcomed within city policies, procedures, programs, and services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, for your presentation. Just want to create an opportunity for any members who have questions of staff before we move to speakers. Okay, so we will move to speakers, and we do have registered speakers. Of course, we heard from speaker 1 this morning, Ben Fullerton. We are now going to hear from speaker number 2, AJ Brown.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is AJ Brown. I would like to speak about broken elevators, about having all buildings with a ramp. Thank you. So everyone, including people with disabilities, can get out in an emergency or when the elevator is out of service or during a power outage. This is so that everyone can get out en masse rather than waiting to be rescued one by one. If time permits, or suppose if there is a power outage, I'm stuck having to stay in my apartment. And if I have to get out to an appointment, how am I able to leave? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming in to speak to council today, AJ. We do appreciate hearing your perspective.
Thank you.
Next, we have speaker number 3, registered speaker number 3, Pat McIntosh.
Hello?
Hi there, we've got you coming through on the line. Is this Pat McIntosh?
Yes, it is.
Great, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat McIntosh. I'm the manager of the Accessibility for Newcomers program at Mosaic, one of the largest settlement and employment service providers in Canada. The Accessibility for Newcomers program is funded in part by a core support grant from the City of Vancouver. Our program provides guidance and support to Mosaic staff to help meet the needs of newcomers who self-identify as having a disability. We are speaking for the City of Vancouver Accessibility Strategy, and we would like to comment on Focus Area 7, capacity and collaboration, as well as make specific recommendations about increasing the social inclusion of newcomers with disabilities. Many newcomers have left behind their social networks and may have difficulty meeting new people due to language and cultural barriers. Newcomers with disabilities may also experience increased social isolation due to their accommodation needs being unmet, perceived attitudes about their disability, or financial concerns for those who are low income. We have identified 10 opportunities to increase the social inclusion of newcomers with disabilities. 1, increase awareness about the Leisure Access Program and the Adapted and Supported Recreation Program at the city by translating program flyers into languages other than English. 2, expand the translation function on the city website to include more languages. 3, provide more conversational English classes in locations throughout Vancouver. This would be particularly helpful for newcomers with disabilities who often report challenges with transportation to attend language classes at locations farther away from their neighborhood. 4, identify volunteer roles that can be performed by newcomers who want to improve their English skills. 5, include information about the accessibility of the location where the volunteer role is performed. 6, the city could offer classes to learn about other languages and cultures to increase understanding and build supportive social connections with newcomers, including those living with disabilities. 7, include photos on the City of Vancouver website that reflect diversity as well as disability. 8, many newcomers, including those with disabilities, were highly trained professionals in their home countries. However, they may not be able to work in their profession due to their level of English fluency. The City of Vancouver could offer mentorships to newcomers to help overcome language barriers and also provide opportunities for newcomers with disabilities. 9, newcomers who have the English literacy and other qualifications needed to meet job requirements would benefit from an orientation to the application and hiring process at the City of Vancouver. And finally, 10, there is a page on the City of Vancouver website about supporting refugee settlement in Vancouver. However, information on the site is from 2016, and it looks as though little has been done since then. It could be updated and further engagement initiated with settlement service providers in Vancouver. This could include sharing information about accessibility and the needs of newcomers with disabilities. Mosaic would be interested in participating in any future discussions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate you calling in today. Next, we have our last registered speaker, speaker number 4, Tamara Hetner.
Hi, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Please start when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you. I actually hadn't intended to speak today, but yesterday I had a conversation with Karen Lay, who encouraged me to speak and share my lived experience. First of all, I'd like to thank Karen, who clearly has done a tremendous amount of work on this and spoke really fabulously. And I apologize. I am a person with a disability. 2 injuries left me with some disabilities that include some minor physical issues, but also having had a concussion and a neck injury left me with some minor cognitive challenges, migraines, headaches, issues that affect me day to day, and some visual issues that can result in dizziness and some balance challenges at times. And I would like to share with you just some things that I guess what I really want to get across, and what I was chatting with her about, is the diversity of the disability community. And the reason, to be honest, speaking publicly bothers me a little bit because it's sharing about myself and my disability, which can be very stressful. But at the same time, I really think it's important for there to be an understanding how some of the city's decisions, or sometimes lack of understanding, that outsourcing to organizations that don't have, like there's a disconnect where sometimes if you're sharing a piece of feedback, it's like, oh, well, that's our contractor, or that's not us. So the importance of the city, including in their mandates to contractors, accessibility and mechanisms for feedback, and using that feedback to improve things. So I'll share with you an example that impacts me. I do drive. However, depending on if I have a cervicogenic headache or a migraine or visual-related balance issues, sometimes I may choose to take transit. When I do, I end up in a situation downtown where I can't even sit at some of the bus stops. Why? It seems that, there are seats. There are advertisements that are backlit literally a foot away from the seat. If you're somebody who is light sensitive, this means you cannot sit there. So, you might feel off balance and you're stuck standing somewhere in the rain instead of sitting on a seat at a bus stop. Feedback of this nature, when you try to give it, or you try to give it through organizations that are related to the city, like TransLink, TransLink, or issues with things like I do sometimes drive, but I'm one of these people who very much relies on those text messages from Pay by Phone that now come with a cost associated with them. When you give that feedback, I was told by the city, that's not us. I'm like, well, it's your contractor. You outsourced to pay by phone. So I would really encourage the city. I just, in this meeting right now, learned through what Karen said and looking at something on the website that there are now some feedback mechanisms. But I really encourage city staff to understand that when things are being contracted out, that there needs to be mechanisms to hold accountable organizations that contract to the city, but also the array. I apologize because tangentiality is something that is an impact too of my disability. The array of disabilities, and what I mean by that is, you know, the Canada Line SkyTrain got put together with obviously the city's approval and planning, and there are elevators, but there are only escalators that go up in some stations and not down. There is a vast array of people with disabilities, ones that have very serious mobility issues and others that may have back issues, joint issues, difficulty carrying things, that may have to have a bag on wheels, and having that escalator is instrumental. So there is only a limited capacity of those elevators, and they should be used by those who absolutely need the most. But there needs to be an understanding in planning that there is a diversity of disability, and that all of those things, like as we also have an aging population, all of those things need to be considered, whether it be airport, whether it be accessing the beaches. There isn't transit down to the beaches, certainly not accessible transit down to the beaches. I'm told, well, you know, not everyone has a parking placard because not everyone needs a parking placard. But just because you don't need a parking placard doesn't mean you can walk a half a kilometer. So I'm just wanting to touch upon the diversity of disability needs for there to be an understanding that not everything fits into a box that we're used to dealing with, meaning either mobility or visual impairment in the way that you think about it, because light sensitivity is not the way people usually think about it. Hearing impairment, noise sensitivity, people usually think about people not being able to hear, not about noises that are too loud, things of that nature. So I just encourage city councilors and the mayor, city staff, everyone to understand that there is a diversity and accessibility needs. I thank Karen immensely for the work that she's doing and the teams that were involved in all of this, in the work that they are doing, but I just also want to share that there is certainly a diversity in what is needed, and for people just to be open and learn more about, you know, if somebody expresses to you something,
Tamara,
take a moment and go see it.
Sorry,
Okay.
I don't mean to interrupt. I did let us go till after 6 minutes, but I'll have to stop you there
Certainly.
for a time. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. It's very good to hear your perspective today. So that does bring us to the end of our speakers list, and I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for speaking to council. I'm looking for a mover of the motion. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato second, and any discussion? Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. I've circulated, not the report's been moved, I've circulated a proposed amendment. And this stems from hearing our first speaker this morning, Ben Fullerton, who addressed the issue, and I'll let staff bring that up on the screen, addressed the issue of issues around SkyTrain stations in particular, around public transit. He talked about the challenge with the elevator design, access in terms, he talked about the buttons need to be more universal, the potential for more foot operating buttons, but also that the design of elevators within our SkyTrain stations hasn't really considered the diversity of individuals who may need to use those elevators. And I know he also referenced that in many cases, those elevators, and I know we've read about it in the news, have not been working or functioning for periods of time. And so he also talked about the importance of training for the TransLink operators, in particular when he calls, because there can be a delay. Again, we've heard in some of the speakers today, but also I recall when we first reviewed the accessibility strategy in February, we also had speakers address the issue around accessing public transit, including, I think there was a speaker who spoke about the lighting and the type of colors that are used in our stations. So if you're visually impaired. So what I'm proposing is that, because what I heard very clearly from Ben was that in coming and speaking to council today, that his hope was that we would carry forward his message and advocate on behalf of the community to TransLink. And so what I've proposed is that we do have the mayor write a letter to TransLink articulating the concerns and considerations that we've heard raised here in the city of Vancouver, recognizing we're not the only city with transit stations and SkyTrain stations, but I think it's we have a duty to communicate those concerns to support the improvement of service across the system, not just only here in Vancouver, but across the region. And so that is what the amendment proposes to do. Okay.
Thank you very much. And I'll just move us to an amendment queue to allow anyone who would like to speak to it. And I hear Councillor Kirby or Councillor Carr seconded the amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Dominato, for bringing this forward. I was also taking notes during the gentleman's comments this morning and did send it off, the video of his comments off to TransLink this morning. So hoping that they can take a look at some of the issues that this person is facing. And I think the letter is a great idea. I've also heard regularly from a constituent about some challenges at the stadium SkyTrain station in terms of accessibility, particularly given the renovations that are happening there to the entrance to International Village. So just again want to thank Councillor Dominato for putting forward this this amendment. It's very important that we ensure accessibility for everybody in Vancouver. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just also expressing my support for this amendment to communicate again. I know that some of us have, in our various roles, had the ability to engage with TransLink. I actually met somebody last summer who subsequently was appointed to our Persons with Disabilities Committee. Advisory Committee, and his name is Mark Stockbrock. And Mark, when we met many months ago, he came forward with questions around the level of signage, for example, things that you don't think about when you're not seated in a wheelchair as he is, not being able to see that signage. So I think that those things will perhaps be a part of a more comprehensive review of some of the needs, accessibility, and items that need to be addressed by TransLink. And I'm sure many of them are being probably addressed today, but I think it's just good to add our voice to that. And as I may not be on the queue later on, I just want to thank Karen and the whole team for a great presentation and the work, and I look forward to seeing this advanced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks to staff for all the work on this report. I know we're specifically on the amendment right now. I have the privilege of often sitting at the Mayor's Council for TransLink on behalf of Mayor Sim. And I can assure you that this is a very active conversation that happens. And I think that around that table, there's a lot of recognition that there is still work to be done there. And we often receive delegates, which is at TransLink at Mayor's Council. And there is an opportunity there for people to have a voice in that way. I will also note that, you know, as the City of Vancouver with our work, and the Provincial Accessible BC Act that was enacted in June 2021, as our staff referenced during the presentation, TransLink is also subject to that, and that included having an accessibility committee, an accessibility plan, and also a tool to receive that feedback. And so I think it's a good thing that those channels of opportunity for users with the direct experience of how they are impacted have been opened up. TransLink does meet the requirement for committees. They have two right now, which is the Handy Dart Users Advisory Committee and then the Access Transit Users Advisory Committee. So again, there's a couple of other avenues. Always happy to receive any other feedback as Mayor Sim's alternate and regular attendee at that one. But I did want to acknowledge that evolving and improving on the not just the accessibility plan, but in real life, those changes as they relate to experiences when people are having them is really important. So I don't want people to think that this is a one and done. They can continue to send feedback to council, to me, to the other avenues that I've referenced through the Mayor's Council, and we'll be more than happy to bring them forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr.
I'll just echo those comments. Thank Councillor Dominato for bringing forward that amendment. It's a very, I think, a very good suggestion. It's not just what we do in the city, it's also what we advocate for with agencies that do have the power to make the changes. So that was a really smart amendment. And just really thank the speakers who came both this morning and this afternoon. Because often, I will be honest, I don't necessarily think about what if I, don't have that mobility or don't have the audibility or whatever the issue is. And yet we are a city that prides itself as being a city that really is fair and equitable. It is one of our key goals as a council. And so, these are really, I think, very probably not just needed measures, but, we should have been doing things all the way along. So now we know, and let's just get going on implementing the actual changes that are needed to make this city accessible for all.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And so we can move to a vote on the amendment. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato, for bringing that forward. You do have the floor.
I'll just closing on just generally on the report. Thank you to staff and the team for the updates and the changes necessary to accommodate the diverse needs of our community and of our residents. And so, what I see in this progress update and report is intentionality to taking concrete actions in a number of different areas. And so simply to say thank you for the work. It's critically important as we move forward. And I look forward to further updates in the future.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And seeing no others on the queue, I think we can move ourselves to a vote on the amended recommendations. And they pass with unanimous support. So thank you so much to the staff team, and thank you, Karen, very much for your presentation. It was very good, very detailed. Thank you. So we'll pause for a moment just to allow the gallery to switch over, and we'll be coming back to deal with our next item on the agenda, which is item 4, called by Councillor Fry. Okay, so I think we'll move now to our next item, which is item 4, Equity Framework Implementation Update. And Councillor Fry, you had held this report for questions to staff. Before we get started, I'll just ask, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, we can continue. This item does not have a presentation, but of course, over to you, Councillor Fry.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for the report. I'm looking at the section, it starts on page 38, I think, around service provision, and I appreciate sort of the articulation around how service provision is fairly complicated, lots of different moving parts and stuff. What I'm not seeing in that table, though, and I'm curious why, is service provision from sort of a front-facing perspective, like 311 calls and stuff like that. Interestingly, we're just dealing with an email complaint around allegations of discrimination and perhaps how staff might have handled something differently, and not to opine on the specifics of that case, but just how do we account for the front-facing service provision of day-to-day city services?
Yes, thank you, Susanna Tam, Chief Equity Officer. That's an excellent question. With the equity framework as it is right now, we're really focused on getting our own house in order. So these are all very internal-facing initiatives that are listed in this appendix. And so I think we're doing a lot of the sort of training, and the impacts on service provision will sort of flow from that. But as we're still trying to use our global diversity, equity, and inclusion benchmarks to benchmark our own house internally, we aren't yet focused on the external service provision, not directly with these initiatives.
Okay, I appreciate that. What kind of parameters do we have currently for, do we have anything in place for our external front-facing staff?
Training.
Yep.
Training, equity-focused training, whether it's on inclusive language or disability awareness. We're trying to provide as much training through our JEDI learning paths as well, and trying to encourage staff as much as possible to take those trainings, work them in the work plans, and the intention is to have all of us learn to be more equitable in our behavior.
But to be clear, that piece is sort of an optional workshop, not necessarily a mandatory training component?
The research is not really in favor of mandatory training. We think it actually supports voluntary training and having people be really encouraged, and having leaders encourage their teams to take the time to do that training. And you'll see that we have a lot of progress in some of the training work as well. And a lot of departments individually have also not mandated, but strongly encouraged and built in training, whether it's into orientation or into other work that they're doing as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate the internal work in the JEDI program and everything that is being done. I think my key concern is how we are dealing externally and ensuring that those same values are kind of coming out in our front-facing 311 or whatever the case may be, how the average Vancouverite maybe interacts with the city on a more kind of personal level.
Yeah, and I think I would, the colleagues in ACCS, I think, have a lot of that work in the external identity-based strategies as well.
That's in the pipeline, as it were.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, not seeing anything about policing. Is policing outside the scope of this work?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that's fine for me then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If nobody else has questions, I'm happy to move it, Chair.
Thank you very much. So seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to a vote. And I'm not sure if Councillor Klassen is still online. He is. Councillor Klassen, would you be able to? There we go. Okay, great. So we have a unanimous support for that report. So thank you very much to the staff team for your work on that item. We are now moving along to item number 6, Auditor General Committee Recommendations Transmittal Report held by Councillor Carr. I'll just get you to pop yourself on the queue.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Councilmember.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, great. A couple of questions. I did manage to send them off to staff so they would have a bit of an alert. My first question, and by the way, if I can just say I'm really appreciative of the work that Auditor General Mike McDonald has done and the members of that committee. It's really eye-opening to read the reports and just see the kind of very practical, I mean, I love the focus and the very practical suggestions that have come forward. So what I was doing is reading through those recommendations and the timing of their implementation. So my first question has to do with the Park Board revenue management recommendations. And recommendation 3 is implementing a comprehensive fee setting framework. Recommendation 4, incorporating into fee setting an evaluation of full cost for each service. They're not yet finished. They're scheduled to be done in Q4 24. So I'm again going to ask this question. Will that work be finished in time to inform the city's 2025 operating budget?
And also, I just note, and sorry, forgive me, Paul, we also have Mike McDonnell on the line, so I just wanted you to know. So please, City Manager, feel free to respond. And we also have our Auditor General on the line.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I believe this is a question appropriately directed to staff in terms of our action and response. So the first step that Park Board is undertaking is the development of this overarching framework for how fees are set. That work, they're engaging a consultant to support that. It's a fairly complicated piece of work that they expect to have done by the end of the year. So it wouldn't inform fee setting for 2025. That would then be incorporated into those decisions in the next year. In the next year.
Okay. Okay, I have 3 questions. Can I move for a second round just in case I don't get through them?
Seconder? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay,
Thanks so much. Okay, second question. This is also about Park Board revenue. Will the goal of the full cost recovery of programs and services affect the leisure access program for low-income residents?
Thanks, Councillor. That's a great question. And just to clarify, the audit and the recommendations do emphasize the necessity for Park Board to understand what the full cost of service are. They don't actually advocate to charge the full cost of service. So Park Board will still make decisions, and I think what the recommendation is much more clarity around when full cost recovery is sought, when partial cost recovery is sought, and when services are maybe provided at no cost. So in the case of the Leisure Access Program, there's not, at this point, nothing that would suggest that program would change. And at this point in time, we would expect that it would continue.
Okay, I think that's important to be on public records. I appreciate that, Paul. Page 7 of the report notes that the delay in completing this work was, quote, due to resource constraints and lack of incremental funding for this work. Well, considering in my mind that this work leads to more revenue generation, which is what we're hoping that we're going to do within the city. I mean, how do we make these decisions about investing in the work that's needed to create, even though that's going to cost something, to create extra revenues?
Certainly, it's not a given that this will actually increase fee revenues. It will provide much more clarity and transparency around decisions around what fees are set at. It may end up increasing fees in certain categories and reducing them in other categories. So that will all be a function of how that framework is implemented by Park Board. I think we certainly recognize, and I think Park Board staff have accepted that this is important work. They did have to work it into their existing plans for this year. They're strapped for staff right there. So that was the reason for engaging a consultant. So yeah, it took a couple of months at the beginning of the year to get that work lined up. The audit report was just received at the end of 2023. So there was a few months delay there, but we're trying to move it forward.
Right. Yeah. Could I ask a question to Mike McDonnell on this? So I'm interested, Mike, as to your interpretation of cost recovery. Was it cost recovery meant full cost recovery or partial, or what was the goal there?
So we do have our Auditor General, I believe, on WebEx. Just want to make sure
Hi there.
we're not able to hear just yet.
Are you able to hear
Oh,
me
there
now?
we go. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that question, Councillor Carr. I think as the city manager mentioned, the recommendations were not that there'd be full cost recovery for all programs, but really there's an understanding of what the full costs of each program are, and then a deliberate decision could be made with respect to what the appropriate degree of cost recovery would be, depending on the level of service or the type of service that's being delivered. So there wasn't any specific recommendation on our part with respect to which programs should be full cost recovery, whereas others would be subsidized. That's more of a policy decision than a more appropriate place.
Okay, that makes sense. And I just have a final question. I guess you don't want me to go off and
I
then on
think
again.
you're the only one on the queue, so
Okay.
I'm just going to think this is your second round.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, page 27 of the report notes that there was no substantial action taken on recommendation 5, and that was related to addressing the reasonableness of CAC, community amenity contribution evaluations. And so I'm just wondering why not? It seems to me that has been an issue in the public mind, and it's also a source of revenue for the city. So, and maybe, why was there no substantial action, I guess, taken on that?
Thanks, Councillor. So again, yeah, I think the clarification is helpful. So in this case, the recommendation was, it pertained to setting building permit fees.
Yes.
And the recommendation was for those projects where there was a community amenity contribution negotiated, there's a cost of construction or value of the building that's submitted for that purpose. And the recommendation was essentially to cross-reference those construction numbers to determine if our building permit values are accurate. It wasn't a question of how reasonable our community amenity contribution negotiations are. That was not what the recommendation was. It was using that information as an information source or a validation source for when we're setting building permit fees. So it is work that I think the team agrees we should do. They're proceeding on that whole audit in a phased. So that's a future phase of work that we will get to.
Okay, that's great clarification. Appreciate that. Those are my questions. I'm happy to move the recommendations if there's no other questions.
Great, thank you very much. Seconded by Councilor Dominato. And any discussion? Councilor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I think I already did say this. I'm just really impressed by the work that is being done by Mike McDonnell and the audit committee. I think that this has great value for the city to actually do due diligence. And I love how specific the questions are. They aren't sort of really broad. They're very focused. And I really like that specificity because I think you can get good, solid answers and recommendations out of that. So I'm very happy that we did pursue setting up last term this committee and the hiring of an auditor general. I think it's real leadership amongst cities.
Thank you very much, Councilor Carr. And with that, we will move to a vote. And that motion passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much to our Auditor General Committee and also our Auditor General, Mike McDonnell, for the work. So we are now moving along to, we had one held referral report, and that was report 1, Modernizing Home-Based Business Regulations, held by Councilor Dominato. And there is no presentation. Councilor Dominato, you are welcome to ask questions of staff as I see them entering the room here, so please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And this is just a procedural question for the public hearing. Not getting into the content of this, is that I've been in some discussions around the opportunity to enable small business out of garages, which I don't believe is captured within this report, and out of sort of garages that might be on laneways and alleys. Would it be procedurally appropriate to move an amendment or a motion at public hearing that would be a report back to have staff further report back on the opportunities for home-based business in these spaces? So that's in essence the question is, could I do that at that time, as long as it was something that would be coming back to council and to the public?
Hi, thank you, Council, for the question. Matthew Burke, Senior Planner in the Planning Department. What we can do is make sure to get you that response before the public hearing to clarify that.
That would be great. Alternatively, I can move it as a separate motion, but I'm optimistic that maybe I could bring something there just as, because it's related. And I know I've been waiting for some time for this report to come and I'm excited it's coming. But I'd appreciate that if we could get something back. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Like to move the recommendation?
Yeah, happy to move the referral report.
Thank you. Great, thank you very much. Councillor Joe, seconded. Although, so any discussion? I'm not seeing anybody, so I think we're going to go straight to a vote. And that passes unanimously, so that referral report has been moved along in the process. So thank you very much to the staff team for being available. So I'll just move us to our next part of the agenda that does complete our referral reports for this agenda. So now we're moving to bylaws. We have 10 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they want to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 4 was for the public hearing on April 27th, 2023. Councillors Fry, Klassen, Montague, and yes, that's it. We're absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Thank you. Councillor Klassen?
Yes, I have and I will.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
Thank you very much. Bylaw 5 was from the public hearing on March 5th, 2021. Councillor Bly was absent for this item. Myself, sorry about the third person, at public hearing, and Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Zhao were not on council at the time of this public hearing. I have reviewed and will be voting. And Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings? Will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Montague.
I have and I will.
Thank you very much. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 10? You're right. You are not listed here. My gosh. Thank you so much, Councillor Joe. My apologies. If someone would like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 10. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Seconded. Council, any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Any
Yay.
opposed say nay. And that motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. So are there notices of council members' motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? A reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title and date of the standing committee meeting via email to the city clerk. And I see we've got a number of folks on the queue. So Councillor Carr.
Yes, just call notice for the meeting of July 24th, 2024, titled Closing the Gap. Investing in the City of Vancouver's food system to increase food access and support a resilient, equitable, and sustainable food system for all. And I am bringing this forward as a liaison to the Vancouver Food Policy Council from the VPPC. And I sent it early in the morning. I don't know did you receive it? Oh yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. It's a notice of motion for July 24th, 2024 Standing Committee. The title of that motion is Scope Review for Improved Governance, and it's been sent to the clerks. I assume they got it.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Notice of motion entitled FCM Resolution Enhancing Accessibility Under the Federal Plastic Straw Ban for the July 24th meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I could cede the chair to Councillor Klassen, I have a notice of motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Notice of motion. So I'm calling notice for July 24th Standing Committee meeting. Title of the motion is Recognizing and Celebrating Recovery Day in the City of Vancouver. And that brings us to the end of that section, so thank you very much. We now have one item of new business on the agenda today. Requests for leaves of absence are as follows, and bear with me, there are a number of them here. So Mayor Sim for civic business from meetings on July 4th, 25th, and 26th of 2024, and July 16th and 17th, and that's for civic business. And then Mayor Sim for personal reasons from meetings on July 16th and 17th from 2024. Councillor Kirby-Young for civic business from meetings on July 10th, 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., on July 24th from 9:30 to 2, and from 5 p.m. onwards. And then on July 25th from 6 p.m. onwards, and all day on July 26th. And then Councillor Boyle for personal reasons for an unpaid leave of absence from meetings on September 21st to October 19th, 2024. And Councillor Klassen for civic business from meetings on July 18th, 2024 from 5 p.m. onwards, and on July 24th, 2024 from 5:30 onwards. And then do I just want to make sure we've captured an additional one from this morning. I think you were going to, let me just pull it up here. I'm just going to add one for Councillor Dominato for July 24th, 4:30 onwards for civic business, and July 10th from 9:30 to 2 p.m. Till noon, thank you. 9:30 to noon for personal reasons, and to, okay, and so we'll leave it there. So those are all of the leaves of absence. The motion has been circulated to council at the beginning of the meeting and is available on screen. Would someone like to move the motion? Thank you very much. Seconder? Okay, Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Great, that motion carries unanimously, so thank you very much. Now, are there any other new items or other items of new business? Councillor Dominato, you're on the queue. Councillor Dominato? No, oh, Councillor Fry.
Well, I don't know if this is the,
New business.
oh, not other matters? Sorry.
Okay, no worries. We are going to move right there to that section. So if there are no other new business items, inquiries and other matters. Councillor Fry.
Well, I just want to take a moment of council's time to acknowledge the passing of Jack King. As many will know, Jack was a knowledgeable and righteous community activist and defender of the grassroots of East Vancouver, a preeminent historian and chronicler of the Drive. Jack shared many of his thoughts, passions, musings, and music on his blog, Jack's View of Vancouver. His book, Battleground Grandview, an activist memoir of the Grandview Community Plan, was a rousing look at politics and planning of the last 15 years. Depending on your point of view, Jack was a thorn in the side of the city, an irascible character, but he was a decent man, and I had considered him a friend. In fitting form on his popular, long-standing blog, Jack's View of Vancouver, Jack's last post was titled, My Last Post. And in preface to the poem On Death by Khalil Gibran, Jack wrote, in a few days or perhaps a couple of weeks, I shall be nothing more than a memory. While I might prefer a longer time, I also welcome the new adventures to come. I am comfortable, I am loved, and I am happy. Vaya con Dios, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Fry, for recognizing the passing of Jack King. So we are looking for any other inquiries or other matters, and seeing none, may we have a motion to adjourn? Second by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor? Any opposed? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, Council.